welcome to the meeting, the regular meeting of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors. This is a regular session. This is November the 15th, 2021 at 9 a.m. Yeah, board members can attend in person or they can do it by phone. I seem to have everybody here this morning, so thank you all for coming. We'll also be sitting as all special taxing districts. This is the call to order, and the first item in the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask Supervisor Lyons to lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. We'll begin with the call to the public. Call to the public is held for the public's benefit. It allows individuals to address the issues within the board jurisdiction. Board members may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to Arizona revised statutes, action taken as a result of public comments will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to criticism, or scheduling the matter for further discussion in a decision at a future date. Public comments can be made in person or submitted by email at publiccomment@yumacountyaz.gov. The email forms for public comment will be accepted until 8 a.m. the morning of the meeting. All public comments will be read out loud during the Yuma County Board of Supervisors meeting that starts at 9 a.m. Desiree, do we have any email comments? No? So we'll move on to the meeting, to anyone here that wants to address the board on an item that's not in the agenda. Is there anyone here? I do have speaker forms. Most of them have listed a reason. This is called to the public. I said there is, I think, Will Kate. Will, yeah. It's a public record issue. I don't know. Oh, all right. So yes, sure, definitely. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is William Katz, attorney for Halls General Contractor, LLC, 3064 South Avenue B, Yuma, Arizona, 85364. I'm here today to address you concerning a public records request that was made. As you know, Yuma County and the state of Arizona is prosecuting the city administrator for the city of Yuma in State versus Rodriguez, J1401, CM 2021-256. A public records request was made for all victim notifications to the alleged victim in that case. In that case, Yuma County Attorney John Smith is prosecuting as it relates to false reporting allegations, that is false reporting to law enforcement allegations as well as hit and run allegations. A public records request was made for all victim notifications as it relates to change of plea hearings or rescheduling hearings or sentencing hearings. And the Yuma County Attorney's Office responded on November 5th, 2021, that there are no records of victim notifications in the case because unlike the facts of the case that you cite, the offense charged being hit and run did not in this instance involve death or physical injuries. You should be advised that as it relates to state XREL Romley v. Superior Court 184, Arizona 409, it held that an owner of a damaged car was a victim under the Victim Rights Act and the Victim Bill of Rights. Direct quote, although the victim was not personally injured, he was the victim of property damage because his car was damaged. The statutory and constitutional provisions of the Victim Bill of Rights do not require that a victim suffer personal injury to fall within the definition of a crime victim. Moreover, John Smith himself in 2011 took to the Court of Appeals and successfully argued that victims of hit and run are indeed crime victims under the Victim's Bill of Rights. So the question remains, are there any records at the county or at the Yuma County Attorney's Office as it relates to the victim notification of the statutory victim recognized under the Arizona Victim Bill of Rights? Additionally, it was requested that John Smith's office, County Attorney John Smith, produce all records of conflict screening mechanisms and procedures, given that he was the county attorney currently prosecuting the city administrator while executing and participating in intergovernmental agreements as the county attorney for Yuma County. Moreover, in response, Yuma County on November 5th documented with respect to IGAs, they have no, and I'm not directly quoting here, they have no documents in response to my second request. And now quoting, our office only reviews IGAs to determine if the agreement is in proper form and within the authority granted by Yuma County. What that means is the county attorney is currently representing Yuma County and entering into through IGAs that he is participating in and executing with a signature also from Administrator Rodriguez, agreements while also criminally prosecuting him in a court of law in Yuma Justice Court Precinct Number 1. Are there any records as it relates to conflict screening mechanisms or notices of conflict filed with this board under 38-508 or 38-509? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. I appreciate that call to the public is always the first item on the agenda, and I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gene Dalby. No, we can't comment on that. Mr. Dalby?
Good morning, Gene Dalby. Another beautiful day in Yuma, and I live at 1183 West 37th Street, Yuma. And I'm here today to talk to you about the Tour de Fields, the bike ride that occurred a week ago this past Saturday. And it was absolutely fantastic. I mean, the weather cooperated in every sense of the word. The wind was even in favor of the bike riders. And so everybody that came was very impressed with the whole situation. And what's really kind of interesting is that we had 176 registered persons attending the bike ride, and about 75% of them were from out of town. So I'm impressed with the idea that we may be able to begin to change the attitude about Yuma in other parts of our state, in the sense that we can bring them down, give them an intense tour of the community of the county of Yuma by having a bike ride, and letting them go home and be able to say, wow, Yuma is really quite a nice place. So we were really impressed with that kind of information and support. I don't have the exact numbers on the amount of money that we raised. We were doing it with the intentions of providing dollars for the University of Arizona Scholarship Fund and also for the Pediatric Cancer Center here in Yuma. And with those kinds of goals and objectives, we got a lot of support. Our sponsors were great this year. This was our third time doing this particular bike ride, although it grew out of the lettuce ride. Some of you may remember that we had a couple of years of doing the lettuce ride. And now we're into the Tour de Fields, and next year we're going to be doing it in San Luis, which is going to expose us to a different route system a little bit, and also more of the cross-border business that we hope we can generate by doing that. And it probably will be about the same time. The fields were in excellent condition to be able to display them to our out of area visitors. And so I think everybody came out with really a good time and had a lot of fun and good exercise. So thank you for your help as the county administrators, the Public Works Department for sweeping the streets. That makes such a difference for bicyclists when they can come in and ride a route and have the route reasonably clean. You know, we're even in a tough time with the agriculture part and the in and out of the field with their tractors and the mud on the road, but the roads were great, and we got all positive comments from everybody that rode. There might have been one or two little negative things here or there, you know, but nothing that was really of any major significance. And no accidents, and so everybody got through it, had a good time, and we're looking forward to doing it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. And no, that's fine. It's fine. It was to you. It was more like, I mean, we have a full room. There are some seats on the other side. I should have done that initially. If anybody has got an item in the agenda that they want to talk about and it's still coming up further down the agenda, you may want to, if you want to sit, just sit. There's one seat in front, or there are some spaces next to us here with the camera and stuff. Okay, so just wanted to make it a little more comfortable. And we'll move the process right along. Maybe that'll make it a little less time consuming. The next item is presentations, proclamations, and oh, wait a minute. I did not ask. Is there anyone in the public that wants to address the board on an item that is not in the agenda? I'll leave the call to the public open throughout the meeting so that if someone shows up a little late or something, we'll still have an opportunity to hear her. We'll move on to presentations, proclamations, and appointments. During this segment of the agenda, board members may discuss the presentations and proclamations and may announce appointments to the Yuma County Planning and Zoning and the Yuma County Board of Adjustment. We will not take any legal action on these items. They're just presentations. And we'll start with the presentation of the county line by Yuma 77, the Yuma County Government Channel.
County elected officials met with the executive director of the Arizona Association of Counties. Our health district is now offering COVID-19 vaccines to children ages 5 to 11. And our Director of Economic Development and Intergovernmental Affairs represented Yuma County at an Arizona Town Hall panel. These stories and more, this is your County Line. County elected officials recently received a visit from the executive director of the Arizona Association of Counties. The Arizona Association of Counties, or AACO, is the only state organization in Arizona that represents all county officials and the governments they serve. AACO provides vital services to the state's counties.
It's really important to me that the counties are fully represented by our association, so it's us telling them, here's what we did for you. Is that good? Should we do other things? Should we do some things better? It's just a way for us to check in and make sure that we're serving the counties appropriately.
AACO works with the state and federal governments to advance issues, improves public understanding of county government, assists counties in finding and sharing innovative solutions through education and research, and provides value-added services to save counties and taxpayers money. Soon, many Yuma County elected officials and agency heads will be heading to AACO's annual conference, where all Arizona counties will begin discussing similar interests in working together on legislation for the upcoming session. The Yuma County Public Health Services District is now offering the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, approved for children and adolescents ages 5 to 11. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics recommend that children and adolescents ages 5 and older receive a COVID-19 vaccine to help protect them from contracting and spreading the virus.
Some can get very sick from coronavirus. They can also spread it to grandparents, relatives, and other people who are vulnerable to coronavirus, and other people who, for whatever reason, maybe cannot get vaccinated.
COVID-19 vaccine side effects are typically mild and resolve in 1 to 2 days. The Health District will offer COVID-19 vaccine clinics Monday through Thursday from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and then from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Appointments must be scheduled. Call 928-317-4550 to check availability. If you have questions about how to protect your children from COVID-19 or about the vaccines, speak to your healthcare provider or pediatrician. Yuma County recently participated in the Arizona Town Hall panel, A Competitive Binational Region, to promote and showcase its uniqueness, as well as all of the assets, incentives, and opportunities it has to offer investors and different industries from around the world. Arizona Town Hall is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to educating, engaging, connecting, and empowering Arizonans to solve critical policy issues. The virtual panel hosted attendees from all over Arizona, California, and Mexico. Yuma County's Director of Economic Development and Intergovernmental Affairs provided an overview of Yuma County, going over key regional indicators and some of the county's main assets, such as agriculture, MCAS, YPG, tourism, manufacturing, and opportunity and trade zones.
We need to always take advantage of these opportunities to have our message, our brand out there. It is important for our small business owners to also know what the county has to offer as far as incentives and all the different entities within the county as well.
For more information on Arizona Town Hall, visit their website at aztownhall.org.
Hi, I'm Mary, and this is your Health Watch. November is Diabetes Month, a time when communities across the country team up to bring attention to diabetes. To find out if you are at an increased risk for having type 2 diabetes, let's watch the following video.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
The Yuma County Public Health Services District offers free diabetes programs to help people manage prediabetes and prevent type 2 diabetes. For more information, call 928-317-4580.
Now, we'd like to give a quick shout out to our county recorder and to the city of Somerton. Yuma County Recorder Robin Stallworth Poquette has joined a select group of Arizonans who have successfully completed the Arizona Center for Civic Leadership's program. She was chosen as one of 31 civic leaders in the newest Flynn Brown Fellows cohort in June 2020. Congratulations, Robin, on your successful completion of the program. We would also like to congratulate the City of Somerton. Recently, the Yuma Union High School District had a groundbreaking ceremony for Somerton's first high school. The school will be located near Cesar Chavez Avenue and Jefferson Street. Before we go, a few dates for you to remember. Thanksgiving is right around the corner, and we want our customers to know that most of your county government offices will be closed on Thursday, November 25th and Friday, November 26th. So our employees can enjoy the holiday with their family. Thanks for joining us for this County Line. We'd like to leave you now with a message from Yuma County employee Vianette Munoz, telling us why she loves working for Yuma County.
My name is Vianette Munoz, and I'm a probation services supervisor, and I've been with the Yuma County Adult Probation for 15 years. The predecessors before me, they laid the foundation of principles that I hold near and dear to my heart, which were kindness, of course, integrity, hard work, and again, giving back to the community. This is what Hispanic families call la familia. This has become a family, and I wouldn't change it for anything. We don't ever do this job alone. That's one of the things I definitely appreciate.
Is this paid advertisement or no? Are they getting this before we review their salary, or is this time sensitive? No, that's fine. We appreciate it, and we appreciate the work of the staff that does this. I mean, they do a great, excellent job every time. Thank you, Kevin, and your staff. The next item in the agenda is a proclamation of proclaiming December 1st, 2021 as World AIDS Day in Yuma County, and this will be done by Supervisor Pancras.
Good morning. Proclaiming the day of December 1st, 2021 as World AIDS Day in Yuma County. Whereas the global spread of HIV infection and AIDS necessitates a worldwide effort to increase communication, education, action, and overall prevention to stop the spread of HIV and AIDS. And whereas the World Health Organization observes December 1st of each year as a World AIDS Day, a day to expand and strengthen the worldwide effort to stop the spread of HIV/AIDS. And whereas 2020 UNAIDS reports the global HIV and AIDS statistics as follows. 37.7 million people globally were living with HIV. 10.2 million people were not on treatment. 1.5 million people became newly infected with HIV. 680,000 people died of related illnesses. Whereas World AIDS Day is a time to celebrate the many lives saved by HIV prevention and treatment programs, World AIDS Day remains relevant today as it has always been, reminding people and governments that HIV has not gone away. There is still a critical need for increased funding for the AIDS response, to increase awareness of the impact of HIV on people's lives, to end stigma and discrimination, and to improve the quality of life of people living with HIV. It also serves as a reminder that we all must do more as individuals, communities, and as world citizens to fight the spread of HIV/AIDS. Therefore, Yuma County Supervisors proclaim the day of December 1st, 2021 as World AIDS Day in Yuma County.
All right, I think we have Diana Gomez, Maria Nunez, Kathy Ward, and Marta Rodriguez here to, I
Yes,
hope everyone is,
please.
but, you know, to receive the proclamation.
Good morning, Chairman Reyes, members of the board, Diana Gomez, and I actually have our HIV staff up here if you'd like to join me.
All right, all right.
And I just want to thank them. And it's just a reminder that when this pandemic happened, a lot of people deferred preventive care, but also regular care for their conditions. So we want to remind people that, again, we're continuing all our services, and it's important for you to get screened. And if you do need to have treatment, to visit our office to discuss options or anything else that we can help you with.
Where is Maria Nunez?
Hiding in the back. So thank you so much for your support.
Get down there and
Okay.
give you the
Okay.
proclamation. Hopefully we put a date on it, the one that was on the packet.
It has a date, the day of December 1st, 2021 to be World AIDS Day in Yuma County.
Ladies,
In the middle? Yes, you guys stay in the middle. I know we have to keep talking. You guys are all over there.
This is what I didn't want. You supervisors behind me.
You haven't lost me yet, so.
No, that's actually not. I'm tired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The check's in the mail.
All right.
Too many.
Let's have fun this time.
It's so nice to be able to hug again. Yes. Triple vaccinated, I knew that.
All right, that takes care of that proclamation. The next one is a proclamation proclaiming Adoption Day in Yuma County, and this will be read by Supervisor Lyons.
Proclamation, November 20th, 2021 as Adoption Day in Yuma County. More than 1,666 children are in Arizona foster care system waiting to be adopted. And whereas in Yuma County, there are approximately 244 children in foster care, of which 42 are waiting for permanent families. And whereas foster care is designed to be temporary, yet the average time a child waits for an adoptive family is 402 days. And whereas National Adoption Day is a collective national effort to find permanent loving families for children in foster care. And whereas on Saturday, November 20th, 2021, National Adoption Day will be celebrated in all 50 states, offering children the opportunity to live with permanent, stable, and loving families. Now, therefore, I, Tony Reyes, Chairman of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors, hereby proclaim the day of November 20th, 2021 to be Adoption Day in Yuma County.
During which adoptions will be finalized for children in
Yes.
Yuma County
Go ahead, I'll finish that.
What is it? Oh, where was I? Juvenile Court Service System. I urge all residents to join in local, state, and national efforts to raise the awareness about the importance of becoming a foster parent and to consider becoming an adopted parent during November and throughout the year. It's the Honorable Farrar here, Judge? She didn't come here? Okay, well, we're going to save it for her. Who's here?
Well, Kevin's a foster dad.
Oh,
I know.
okay, well, look, she didn't make it. She must have a busy calendar. So we're just gonna keep the proclamation and give it to her, or get it to her as soon as possible. So, thanks. Thank you, Supervisor Lyons.
Give it to
And
John, can't we?
John's an adopted kid?
Oh, Bill.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
One would think.
You could get up here.
I generally, the juvenile court is the one who would accept this proclamation, but we do participate from my office in it. On the November 20th, there'll be a special event at juvenile. It's a Saturday, but they're going to open the courthouse up and have a special event. I believe anywhere from 10 to 15 children will be adopted that day. And courts are.
Next time we'll attach a check to it, just to make sure.
I've attended those and they are so wonderful.
Yeah,
I
and
think
they're so
to some
emotional.
extent it's open a little bit to the public, but those events that occur in the courtroom will not be available for the public to view. But there will be other events occurring outside the courtroom and outside the courthouse itself.
No, but if we could add anything to it, it's just the importance and how it changes children's lives just to be part of a family. It's a big deal. It's a big thing.
Right, and just a little bit of history. Judge Nelson, John Nelson, was the one who first spearheaded this. He was a adopted child as well. He had a special place in his heart for forever families, and we would work these programs together. DES from the state is also going to be available to provide some adoption services as well that day.
Well, thank you very much. We'll get the proclamation here together, and as soon as we can, we'll get it to the proper reception. All right, so the next item is for Public Works. Mike Summer of the Arizona Game and Fish Department will present certificates of appreciation to Public Works staff for their assistance with the Sand Water Program in East County. Okay.
Thank you. Chairman Reyes, members of the board, I'm Mike Sumner. I'm the Regional Supervisor for the Arizona Game and Fish Department out of our Yuma office representing Southwest Arizona. I'm here today to thank you and the Yuma County for the assistance they provided during an ongoing drought. We maintain hundreds of wildlife water catchments throughout the area. We provide water to wildlife year-round during exceptional drought, such as what we're experiencing. Prior to this summer, we went through a monsoon summer the year prior, and then a winter without hardly any precip. That left us in a position where we were scrambling to maintain water when wildlife needed it most. We reached out to many partners. We've got several volunteers that volunteer for us with their time. We've got organizations such as the Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club, the Arizona Bighorn Sheep Society, our land management entities, Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service. These were all individuals and organizations that were helping us, but we still weren't managing to keep up. And we were facing a critical point where we were going to not be able to, we were going to have to make some hard decisions. What waters were we going to let go dry? We knew that Yuma County has resources to haul water. And so I reached out to Director Scott, Public Works, and he said that he had a crew working in the area, was able to help us actually stage water in a location where we could use our smaller trailers and ferry out to that. To maintain those waters, and they were able to stage 45,000 gallons for us, which was an amazing achievement. We really appreciate it. So I'm here today again to recognize Director Scott for your support of critical water hauling efforts to conserve wildlife in southwestern Arizona during an extreme drought. Thank you very much, sir. And I also have certificates for the guys that were actually out there doing the work. Ernest Moreno.
Stand over here, Ernest.
Over here, Ernest.
Yeah. And so why don't we just wait until he calls them all, and then we give him a big round of applause.
Hope I don't murder your name here. Pepe.
Thank you.
Well,
Billy Pfizer. And David Cass.
we'll get there in a minute.
And Jesus Valenzuela.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Thank you very much. Well, we were gonna do this in an orderly fashion, but some of the supervisors just don't. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good work.
Yes.
Why don't you just guys get up a little bit in front of us here?
Yeah, you
We'll
guys
steal
get
some of
right
your
there.
thunder there. Maybe move some water over outside.
Yes, get
You
up
too,
there.
Mike.
Yes. Here we go.
Gonna help move some water. I got some places.
That is so wonderful.
Now one with the hats on. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Thanks, guys. Ian, good
Thank you
job.
again, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your work, yeah.
Thanks. Mr. Chair,
Yes?
having a husband who taught desert survival in the high school level and having camped out there, I can't tell you how many times with high school kids. I can tell you that what Josh did and what Game and Fish does out there really makes a huge difference.
I thought you
The
were gonna.
desert isn't empty. It actually has a lot of living animals and plants.
I thought you were gonna say water was important in the desert.
It is important in the desert, but thank you very much for what you do.
All right,
And thank you, Josh.
right. All right, guys, we're gonna move on. And the next item on the agenda is a consent calendar, and the items listed under the consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. It's items 1 through 13. Yeah, are there any items that you guys want to move out? I think item 13, we need to move it up. And 11, I'd like to move up 11 and 13 just for a minute. Is there a motion to approve all the remaining
Motion
items?
to approve consent agenda with the exception of 11 and 13 to be pulled.
I'll second. Okay.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 11 and 13. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Item 11. The reason I pulled out item 11 is authorize the public work director to purchase 8 new Chevrolet Malibu sedans and 1 Chevrolet Transverse from Chapman Chevrolet in an amount not to exceed $217,089. And the reason I pulled it is because we do this all the time when we have to go ahead and give a bid to some outside dealer, and this time it's a local dealer, although the name may not be familiar. Chapman Chevrolet is now what used to be Fisher Chevrolet, so it feels nice that finally one of our local dealers has been able to get to a point where they'll be the lowest bidder, and it's someone we can choose and pick. It's nice to spend some of this money locally, so I'm sure part of that is the efforts of the Public Works Department to be inclusive of them when we go through this process, and obviously work with them to try to see what possibilities there are for them to be the lowest bidders. We look forward to this happening more often. We do spend a lot of money, county taxpayers' money on vehicles, and so it feels right to be able to, so for once in a while, go ahead and give out the bid to a local bidder. So I just wanted to make that point, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
Motion to approve the item as presented.
Second.
Been motion and second to approve the item as presented. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. I approved item 13 as a mistake. I thought it was Southwest Gas. So it isn't. It is a authorize and approve Arizona Attorney General to represent the interest of Yuma County in the pending property tax valuation case entitled Southwest Gas Corporation against the Arizona Department of Revenue, which is something that we basically technically discussed and have and can do without, further discussion, especially because it is a legal item and we would need to be discussing it at the executive session and post it that way if we wanted to. So I'll entertain a motion to approve item 13 as presented.
I'll make that motion. Go ahead.
Okay, so the motion is made by Supervisor Simmons and seconded by Supervisor Lyons. All those in favor of the motion signify, wait a minute, because this is a motion. Is there any discussion on it, which there shouldn't be? All in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. So we're done with the consent items. And then now we have a consent Housing Governor Board, a consent calendar. Is a member for the board here? No, so we don't have to bring in another chair. You can sit. We have a consent item. It is for the House Governing Board. And just to make it clear, we do sit as the House Governing Board, and normally we have an additional member, Daniela Vega Esparza. She's still, no, she's not anymore. I'll change that, but she's not here. So we're meeting, this is still a quorum, and so we are going to go ahead and proceed with the consent calendar. And just a reminder, the consent calendars will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Item number 1 is to authorize chairman to sign the Valley Vista Water Main Extension Project
Chairman?
intergovernmental agreement.
I think you're going to need to recess as Board of Supervisors and convene as the
That's
Housing
right,
Board.
I
I'm
forgot
sorry.
that. All right, no, you're fine. I mean, we're meeting as them, but we have to recess and convene again. So I am hereby recessing the regular Board of Supervisors and calling for the meeting of the Housing Governing Board. Boy, I'm telling you. And as I said before, we were dealing with the consent calendar, which again makes it so that we can consider this as a group and we can act with one motion with no separate discussion, unless a board member wants the item removed from the consent calendar. And the item was to authorize chairman to sign the Valley Vista Water Main Extension Project. It's an intergovernmental agreement between the County of Yuma and the City of Somerton in an amount not to exceed $318,000, $920.87. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar, or do you want us to pull that out and discuss it?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second, Martinez.
Okay, there's been a motion by Supervisor Lyons and second by Supervisor Porchas to approve the item under the consent calendar. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody against it? I forgot to introduce Jesus Roldan, who's the housing director, who was ready to answer any question and explain everything if asked. So that takes care of that. And I will recess the Housing Governing Board, or recess it and go back into regular session. Close it, okay? Not recess it. Close it and go back into regular session as the Yuma County Board of Supervisors, and go on to the discussion and action items, of which number 1. Oh, this is one of those where you open up the items and you discuss it and you take action as appropriate. The first item is County Administration, Public Health Services, District Emergency Management, discussion and possible action regarding COVID-19 updates and activities. And as a little bit of background, we keep this item on in case there's a need for us to take action and any issues related to COVID-19 or any other activity that may be necessary to undertake. And hopefully one of these days you won't have the heading COVID-19. The health director, Mrs. Diana Gomez is here with us.
Good morning,
Gomez.
Chairman Reyes, members of the board. Diana Gomez, Director of Public Health. Just because we touched on Diabetes Awareness Day and we had our World AIDS Proclamation, I just want to remind people that it's important to get your annual screening and talk about preventive care. A lot of people delayed getting care during the pandemic, and it's important that you reach out to your provider about scheduling those. A lot of times, if you can get ahead of things, it makes any outcome, whether it's COVID or the flu or anything else, you have a better outcome. So please, a reminder that if you haven't scheduled any of that preventive care, to go ahead and reach out to your provider to do that. So as far as COVID is concerned, we started, as you know, making the vaccine available to children, the Pfizer vaccine. Children 5 to 11 are now eligible to receive the vaccine. And so a reminder again to parents to reach out to your pediatrician or reach out to your office, our office, if you have any concerns. I mentioned last time I was here that we would be offering the vaccine of our clinics, which we continue to do. They're available. Please call 317-4550, and we have the vaccine available. Please make an appointment. We were doing walk-ins, but we've been overwhelmed with the response. So we want to make sure we take care of you timely. We've been able to do that so far. So we're offering booster shots as well as children's vaccines. We also said that we'd be willing to work with the local jurisdictions, municipalities, agencies, and schools. And an example of that was last Thursday when we worked with the Gadsden School District, Wednesday, and we vaccinated 1,600 children. So those are the kind of events. I know we're doing something with Somerton later this, I think it's Thursday. We're going to offer an evening clinic from 4 to 7. So please call to register. The City of Somerton is taking those registrations. So these are the kind of events we want to continue to host. We know that the vaccine is available at pharmacies with your local provider, your physician. But again, we want to make sure that accessibility is not an issue. So we will continue to sponsor our vaccines on site, as well as going through the different jurisdictions, offering evening clinics, school site-based clinics, to make sure that anybody that wants us to be there can work with us to make sure that we provide that. We're also working with our farm working community to make sure we schedule those vaccines. So again, our cases have been treading. We saw a peak increase in August, and we've seen a decrease since then. As the holidays are approaching, a reminder that it's always good to keep mindful of the basic preventive, things that we've been talking about. Washing your hands, keeping distance. Outdoors is better than indoors. We want to make sure you have a wonderful holiday season with your family. Again, if you have any questions about vaccines, please reach out to our office, to your doctor. We want to make sure that we answer any questions that you might have. We have seen our numbers, and as far as hospitalizations, trending a little up. And so we want to make sure that people are aware of that. So if you're eligible for a booster, your first dose, or you have questions about your child's possibly getting the vaccine, please reach out to our office. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a question. How are we looking compared to the rest of the state?
Are we looking to the rest of the state?
Compared to the rest of
We're very comparable, actually, our colleagues here. Our vaccination rate overall for eligible population, I think it's like 67. In some of our categories, like the 55 to 64, we're at 90%. And in some of the, like the under 20, we're still seeing, we're slowly crawling up, but that's because we had the kids. The majority of our positive cases are within that 20 to 44 year age gap, or gap. And so again, we just want to make sure that people remember that even if you do get COVID, if you've been vaccinated, you're less likely to have severe symptoms. So our county overall has a really a high percentage of vaccination. So I realize this is a personal choice and people might have concerns or questions. So please, again, there's a lot of information out there. We want to make sure you get the correct information so that you can make the best decision for you and your family.
Mr. Chair?
You're Supervisor Pankrat. You done?
Have you done a clinic out at Arizona Western College, NAU, U of A, ASU?
I don't know if we've done one with them recently, but this is a good opportunity to give a shout out to those students who have been amazing. And a lot of these things that we've been able to do, these clinics have been because AWC nursing students, NAU nursing students have helped us. The clinic that we had where we vaccinated 1,600 children, again, volunteers, the fire department, I'm from San Luis, paramedics, all those people were there. So again, this has been a community effort from the very beginning, and a shout out to our first responders and again, our nursing students who have made sure that we provide that service throughout the county, particularly in the outlying areas.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you very much for the report, and hopefully things will continue to be going forward. I mean, the news that we hear are not encouraging, that numbers have gone up again in terms of infection rates. And do you see any noticeable increase in Yuma County? I mean, we kept numbers below 100 for a long time. I remember.
Our numbers have treaded a little lower. We saw a little increase, but again, as the holidays come through and we still have a lot of people that are unvaccinated, So we tend to see those cases, and even with the people that tested positive, those that were vaccinated had a shorter illness and less likely to have any complications. So again, you know, we're going in the right direction. And as the holidays approach, we encourage you to, again, celebrate with your family and do it safely.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Mrs. Gomez? Is Tony here? Tony Padilla? No? Oh, well, a representative. Oh, okay. Well, just in case we had a question, would you step forward and sort of state your name?
Mr. Chair, Russell was one of my kindergartners.
The question is, which one is it?
Good morning, Chairman Reyes and the rest of the board. I'm Russ Hartley, representing Yuma County Emergency Management. Tony Padilla is on PTO. So, do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't think we have any questions. I think, you know, we just want you to know that we feel safer just knowing you guys are out there.
Yes.
And what we've been doing in reference to the COVID-19 is we call weekly to all the countywide businesses that are doing the testing, and we keep that updated list with the county on the county's website, and that's being done weekly.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So keep up the good work, guys. So that takes care of item number 1. Item number 2 is discussion and possible action to authorize the county administrator to enter into a contract with HALO Communications, DBA LO Arizona LLC for design and construction of a broadband middle mile fiber backbone subject to legal review. There will be a PowerPoint presentation, and I do have a bunch of speaker cards here. And before we even start, I just want to thank all the members of the task force. I know there's been a lot of work has gone into this, a lot of detail, a lot of support. So I just want to make sure that first and foremost, you all know that we thank you very much for the hard work you guys have put into this thing. And we'll see how it ends up. So there's a PowerPoint presentation. I suppose Susan is going to lead it, right?
Yes, thank you. Chairman, members of the board, Susan Thorpe, County Administrator. I wanted to give this brief overview. It's describing what broadband is, as well as this backbone fiber project that the county is embarking upon to help the entire community, through all the communities throughout Yuma County. According to FCC, 39% of people living in rural areas in the United States lack access to high-speed broadband. And Yuma County, we experience several conditions: lack of reliable fiber optic infrastructure, a piecemeal approach, providers not delivering promised or advertised speeds and bandwidth, and lack of education access, as well as telehealth access. Even before COVID, Yuma County had poor internet service. Our legacy providers have not invested in the upgrades to our current system, and became painfully aware of the serious lack of adequate internet service during the COVID pandemic, especially for children with the challenge of trying to learn remotely from home. Because of these conditions, the Yuma County Board of Supervisors identified broadband as its highest priority when the American Rescue Plan Act was approved and the categories were announced. Yuma County is willing to commit a significant amount of funds toward broadband in partnership with our cities and towns using a portion of ARPA funds. So our goal for Yuma County Broadband Backbone Project is for every city, every area, every farm, to the extent possible, to be able to access high-speed, reliable, and affordable internet service. The project will use the latest fiber technology to build a backbone delivery system to reach most areas of the county with the fastest speeds available today. Residential and small business customers have too few options for fixed, robust broadband service, which is referred to as high-performance broadband. Fixing our deployment and competition problems requires construction of a new broadband network. In other words, we need more competition and we need more broadband deployment. The solution Yuma County identified is construction of an open access, middle mile fiber optic broadband network. Open access means the network permits any broadband provider to connect to our network on a non-discriminatory terms and conditions. The county's proposed backbone will reach from major regional internet hubs in Phoenix or San Diego or Las Vegas, potentially, to local connection sites. The county will lease fiber in the backbone to internet service providers who will serve the last mile network, reaching homes and businesses through most of Yuma County. There are 6 pillars of rural broadband, according to the Benton Institute for Broadband and Society. Economic development includes broadband for business, employment, and real estate. Studies show that broadband has linked to income growth and slowed unemployment rates and even higher salaries. Broadband is crucial in a firm's decision to locate or relocate to a rural community. Rural education. More than 70% of teachers assign homework online, but 15% of school-age children lack broadband access. The commissioner for FCC has called this the homework gap. For telehealth, rural communities suffer from a lack of doctors and health centers, and a high-speed broadband connection can mean the difference between driving to a health center far away or meeting with a healthcare professional virtually at home. And this is particularly important during COVID-19. Broadband access improves civic engagement and voter turnout with local governments. First responders need access to broadband as much as civilians do. FirstNet is America's public safety broadband network and is exclusively managed and operated by AT&T, but unfortunately, FirstNet is not available everywhere. And quality of life. Broadband can improve quality of life and encourage young people to visit and stay in rural communities. So broadband is short for high-speed internet connection provided by an internet service provider. The county's broadband backbone will consist of fiber optic cable, which is a bundle of pure strands of glass called optical fiber that can carry internet traffic. Copper wires and radio waves can carry only a tiny fraction of what fiber optic can carry. Fiber offers more bandwidth, reliability, flexibility, and security, and a longer economic life than alternative broadband technologies. Fiber can be more expensive to build in some cases and less expensive in others, depending on what infrastructure is already in place. Fiber is always less expensive to maintain and operate. Fiber signals travel long distances inside their cable without degradation. And once installed, fiber is upgraded by changing the electronics that create and receive light pulses, not by replacing the cable itself. And fiber is better able to support both upstream and downstream bandwidth than any other medium. Fiber is needed to support 5G wireless cell sites and securely connect to the Internet of Things, which includes hundreds of network devices in every home throughout the community. The amount of bandwidth we need grows every year. Worldwide internet traffic roughly doubles every 2 years and has increased even faster because of smartphone use. People now watch video on several screens at once, requiring higher download capacity. Voice-activated search and dictation and uploading photos to cloud storage creates the need for higher upload speeds. So bits are the base of information, unit of information in computing. Network speeds are usually measured in bits per second. This is also referred to as bandwidth. So 1 megabit, or 1 megabit per second, is 1 million bits per second, which means it takes about 30 seconds to download one MP3 song. And a gigabit is 1 billion bits per second, which means it takes about 10 seconds to download a 2-hour HD movie. Everyone uses the internet in one of two ways, downloading or uploading. When you watch something on Netflix, you're downloading. When you upload a video to YouTube, you're uploading. So uploading and downloading are represented as download/upload speeds in industry recommendations. The FCC recommended minimum threshold for high-speed broadband as 100 megabits per second download and 25 megabits per second upload, which is still inadequate for most uses today. Yuma County's intent with the Broadband Backbone Project is that ISP providers will lease the backbone and provide service to homes of at least 1 gigabit per second, symmetrical up and down service, and service to businesses of at least 10 gigabits per second, symmetrical up and down. Data limits are instituted by providers to limit the amount any one user can access at a given time. And this is because they have oversubscribed the number of connections to customers compared to their actual capacity of the service. So they slow down the speeds and put limits on use by an individual household or business. And our intent is for that not to continue to be the case with this project. So as mentioned, fiber offers more bandwidth, reliability, flexibility, and security, and a longer economic life than alternative broadband technologies. DSL, or digital subscriber line, uses copper lines, which are old telephone lines, and that's most popular type of broadband because it is from old existing copper lines. Speed is dependent on technology and distance, and it ranges from 1.5 megabits to 80 megabits. Cable or coaxial cable uses cable networks to transport data. It has a copper core, but its shielded design allows it to transfer voice, TV, and broadband signals at higher speeds than traditional DSL. Fiber optic, or fiber, uses light and glass to transport data. It's widely considered the fastest and most reliable broadband solution in the telecommunications industry. This is a solution that Yuma County will be using in the broadband backbone. And I'm going to make a note that wireless internet and Wi-Fi are two different things. Even as wireless devices become increasingly common, most homes still have to have a wired connection, ideally using fiber. There is no single wireless technology, or there are many different standard speeds and issues. Fixed and satellite wireless internet uses radio waves to transmit data from a tower to a home. Fixed wireless internet comes from wireless towers, similar to cell phone towers that send the signal to an antenna at your home, offering speeds of 10 to 50 megabits per second, depending on application, terrain, etc. Wireless broadband internet service offered over fixed networks allow consumers to access the internet from a fixed point while stationary, and often require a direct line of sight from the wireless transmitter to the receiver. Satellite wireless comes from orbiting satellites that transmit radio waves down to a satellite dish on your home, like satellite TV. Typically, a consumer can expect to receive a download of about 500 kilobits per second and upload at about 80 kilobits per second. Service can be disrupted by extreme weather conditions. Building on several years of work by the Community Broadband Action Team, Yuma County formed a broadband task force that began work in March 2021. Members of the task force included Yuma County, City of Yuma, Somerton, San Luis, Welton, GYEDC, representatives of the agriculture community, and IT subject matter experts. The county also hired an engineering consultant from Kimley Horn, David Haynes, to assist with the RFP's technical specifications. And a very valuable advisor to the task force was Jeff Sabatka, State Broadband Director with the Arizona Commerce Authority. I'd like to acknowledge and thank my fellow members on the task force: Jonathan Lyons, Yuma County Supervisor; Kathleen Fernandez, Chief Information Officer for City of Yuma; Jenny Torres, City of San Luis; Larry Kilman, Town of Welton; Hector Tapia, City of Somerton; Paul Brierly, U of A, Yuma Center for Excellence for Desert Agriculture; Julie Engel with GYADC; Cliff Summers, Chief Information Officer for Yuma County; and Mark Smith with Smith Farms. I also want to thank the technical experts who served on the proposal evaluation team. In addition to our task force members, Brad Burgess is the ADOT Broadband Coordinator, and Derek Massif is the Sun Corridor Network Executive Director. So the purpose of the middle mile fiber backbone is to lower the barrier to entry for the last mile service providers and to incentivize service to unserved and underserved areas of the county. Much of the cost of installing cables is in the civil engineering work required. This includes planning and routing, obtaining permits, creating ducts and channels for the cable, and finally installation and connection. This work accounts for most of the cost of developing fiber networks. For example, in Amsterdam's citywide installation of a fiber network, roughly 80% of the costs involved labor, with 10% being the fiber. It therefore makes sense to plan for and install significantly more fiber than is needed for current demand, to provide for future expansion, and to provide for network redundancy in case any of the cables fail. Many fiber optic cable owners, such as railroads and power utilities, have already included additional fibers with the intention to lease to other carriers. The countywide broadband backbone will include hundreds of stands of fiber and microducts for future fiber installation to ensure the network is future-proofed. These are simply stock photos that illustrate the available solutions. We'll determine the appropriate solution based on the final design, cost estimates, and discussion with the task force and subject matter experts with the ALLO team. The purpose and end result, countywide access to a backbone network and opportunities for retail access, meaning to homes and businesses, won't change, but the actual routes could change. As mentioned, we're building approximately 180 miles of broadband backbone. The county RFP requires a diverse, redundant, open access broadband backbone delivery system that provides broadband access to the anchor locations that were specified in the RFP. As mentioned, the exact route will be finalized between the county, the task force, and ALLO in the coming week. This just shows some of the specifications that we have required in the RFP. The vendor that's selected will make the network available for broadband providers at competitive market rates for dark fiber and lit services. The county anticipates that the vendor may also want to provide Ethernet and/or internet services on the network. The county will require internet providers to ensure minimum performance capacity of 1 gigabit up and down per anchor site, scaling up to incrementally industry standard for middle mile build-outs showing vendor recommended maximum capacity. So the most common barriers to fiber deployment to the home are by private carriers are the capital expenditures needed and the population density. That's why rural is so difficult for most providers. The broadband backbone addresses these barriers by creating a low-cost way for internet service providers to serve our residents and businesses, even in less populated areas of the county. With this project, Yuma County plans to build the backbone as critical infrastructure, and it will be underground to the largest extent possible to protect it. We plan to build future-proof fiber infrastructure now versus outdated copper that will need to be replaced in 10 or 20 years. More than that, they have to build for changes in the population and economic landscape. Building for the future means building more fiber all at once versus coming back in later to install more. Building fiber optic is expensive, but those large expenses have more to do with the infrastructure than the fiber itself. The cost of doubling strands of fiber can be a difference in mere cents, whereas the cost of changing infrastructure in the future can be thousands, if not millions of dollars. So included in this project is dark fiber, optical fibers that are part of a fiber cable but are not currently being used. The Yuma County will sell or lease the dark fiber, which will speed up the investment return for ISPs to provide revenue to the county and maintain the backbone into the future. So as mentioned, the broadband task force for Yuma County began in March of 2021. We issued an RFP for the fiber broadband backbone in July. We received 5 proposals in September. The proposal evaluation team, including technical experts, reviewed all the proposals and had a scoring mechanism and identified 3 vendors to interview on October 15th. Today's date is November 15th, where we're asking the county Board of Supervisors to authorize a contract for the design build. And our target completion date, although very aggressive, is December 2022 to June 2023 for this backbone project. As mentioned, we have 5 vendors responding, 3 ranked high enough to interview. The proposal evaluation team, as I mentioned earlier, included local representatives and industry experts. So why ALLO? After all of the interviews, after the proposals were evaluated on paper, scored, then we selected 3 to interview. Why ALLO as the #1 selection? ALLO's been serving rural communities for the last 18 years with both middle mile and last mile fiber optic services. They have a strong team of individuals in management positions who have worked together for many years and appear to be easy to work with. Their stated values are local. They employ local people, hassle-free, they're easy to work with, honest, they'll tell you if there's a better way, and exceptional, providing the best service. They have a proven record of accomplishments in several states across the U.S. ALLO completes the vast majority of project activities using in-house resources, with the exception of boring and major trenching activities. While the county will own the middle mile backbone, ALLO will maintain, operate, and help to market the use of the middle mile. ALLO will also invest its own funds to serve customers throughout Yuma County as a last mile provider separate from this broadband backbone project. ALLO has made service in Arizona a top priority, and with the recent announcement of Lake Havasu City build-out plans, ALLO will have an enhanced presence in Arizona that will benefit Yuma County. ALLO has exhibited a strong desire to partner with Yuma County to design and construct the most effective countywide fiber backbone, and they have grant writing expertise to assist us with applying for a variety of funding opportunities, including Arizona's program that starts this November. So here, as shown in the timeline, we acknowledge this is a very aggressive schedule. Construction initiation and completion dates may be somewhat aggressive depending on when approval is given and when the contract gets signed. ALLO is committed to working with the county to build this network in the safest manner and the shortest time frame possible. We want to make sure people understand that it may take a little longer than the estimates provided due to supply chain issues, which all of us are experiencing across the country. So the direction, next steps for today is asking the Board of Supervisors to authorize the county administrator to negotiate and enter into a contract, subject to legal review, with ALLO Communications for the countywide broadband backbone project. As mentioned, I've been reaching out to cities and the town of Welton to contribute towards this project using a share of their ARPA funds or other funds, and we will sign IGAs to that effect once those are secured. The county and ALLO will jointly apply very quickly for the state broadband grant funding towards the countywide broadband backbone project. The County Broadband Task Force and subject matter experts will finalize the broadband backbone network design and costs and schedule. And we do have several members of the task force here in the room if they would like to add any comments or talk about their perspective on the project. And then also ALLO is here represented and have a short presentation to make as well. So I don't know if anybody would like to make any comments. And then we have Jeff Sabatka from the state.
Before we move on, where's the cost? What is the total cost and who's paying what?
The cost of the estimated cost at this point is $37.5 million. Yuma County at this point is proposing that we use 1/2 of our ARPA funds toward the project, which is $20.7 million. We'll be asking the cities in town to contribute towards the funds either through the ARPA money, or several of them have asked about using their infrastructure improvement funds instead of their ARPA funds, which it's all federal dollars, and so we think it is applicable to this type of project. So I've been reaching out to them to talk about their share of that ARPA funds. I was asked not to reveal that information right now because of discussions with the specific cities. But we also will be seeking to get a grant from the state to, as much as we can from the state, to make the project a success as well.
So.
And the $37.5 million is kind of the outside number as we're going to tighten down the design and the route, and hopefully we'll have a smaller number, but 37.5 is our estimate at this time.
So how would we go about getting into a contract for whatever the amount would be, somewhere in the $35–37 million range, without having assurances that we can pay for it? I mean, can we legally do that? I mean, what's the contract for? What's the amount? If we're entering, before we get the explanation, and we'll get the explanation and we'll get to talk to them, but how would we legally bind ourselves to a contract for 37.5, which is the, whatever, without having the certainty that we have that money available to pay for that contract? How would we be able to do that legally?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you would have to identify your funding sources, either contingency or otherwise.
Yeah, well, that's really the key, because I think that we're looking at a situation here where there seems to be a sort of a choice that we're being asked to make, which is to go into a contract, and I don't see that the sources of revenue have been, certified yet, so that we could actually do something like that. I'll wait until the end of the presentation. Maybe there'll be some questions about that. It just seems to me a little bit, I understand the need to expedite the process. We've been talking about it, but honestly, to me, the Board of Supervisors was talking about committing $20 million to a project. I was actually hoping it would be less than that. But when you get into a project that's already $37.5 million, it's hard to me. But I'll wait until we get through the process. Maybe there will be something in there that would help me feel a little better about it. So
one alternative is to phase the project so that we only do the amount of where the contract is phased and you're committing to a certain phase that includes.
I think I better wait until the end of the presentation, but so for my questions. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
If I may, just so that I can notify you as the other members of the board, as the supervisor assigned to work on this task force, I recused myself when it came time to doing the scoring and the final evaluation because I was lobbied on behalf of so many of the companies that were looking to submit a bid and be considered. So I withdrew and recused myself from that process.
All right. Continue with the presentation. We need to get to the end. So who's next? No, hold on. We'll wait for a second. Just give us a second. So who's next? Paul? Who is this stranger?
I'm Paul Brierly, not
Brindley or whatever you normally call me.
Brindley, as it comes to mind. I've been called worse, much worse than Brindley. I mean, I would take that with pride.
Chairman
Go ahead.
Reyes, I'm Executive Director of the Yuma Center of Excellence for Desert Agriculture at the University of Arizona. I didn't come prepared to make statements, but I did want to just chime in that Mark Smith and I have been working on this concept for several years from the agriculture perspective. And well, first of all, as you all know, agriculture is becoming very technically oriented, and really to stay competitive, we need to have access to, in particular, broadband services really anywhere, because we're talking about automation and mechanization and big data and remote sensing, drones and all this that happens out in farm fields where you don't even have farm buildings or anything. So that was our concept of hoping, in order to support this industry, that we could make that somehow happen. As Administrator Thorpe said, the pandemic certainly showed everybody this broadband in general needs to be a critical infrastructure, just an infrastructure just like roads, that things can't happen without it. So the big problem is in rural areas in general and in agriculture specifically, getting a return on investment to a company to come in and be able to put the investment and provide the services that are needed. So what's really exciting as this moves forward is, and I feel the role that the county can play is to make sure that you bring that barrier to entry down so that companies can come in and provide the services that are needed even outside of the more metro areas. So that's where we've come to, I believe, is designing a system that will put this fiber infrastructure out so that the cost of entry for private companies to provide service that's needed, not just to the cities, but certainly that, but also to the more rural areas and the most rural areas. Because really, if anybody has, I think, an ROI in making sure that agriculture is competitive and thriving here, it would be Yuma County, since that's such a large part of the tax base. So, and as to the funding, there's a lot of opportunities for grants. So it makes it a little bit hard to say what's it going to cost. But there's grants, obviously, from state and federal sources, and from rural, USDA and different things. And we're actually working on some right now. So how it's all going to come together is really, to me, hard to see what the cost is actually going to be for any one entity. But just know that we're working on getting these available funds. As part of why Jeff Sabaka is here, and the federal government is providing a lot of funds. And a lot of that is aimed at rural, and we can make a good case for that.
Thank you, Paul. Yes.
Thanks, Susan, for moving this forward so
Yeah.
quickly. It's another point is that we have to have really shovel-ready projects to get that funding. We've found through the past that we can talk about all our needs. That's fine. It doesn't get any funding. You have to have shovel-ready projects, and this is going to do that so that we're in a perfect position as these funding sources come out to get funding to bring the costs down.
Mr. Chair
Sure,
and Paul
Supervisor.
and Mark, local provider, you guys have any answers for me why there's a local provider that isn't being considered or wasn't considered?
I think we
Can you
got
speak on
to
that?
wait until the end of the presentation to start calling on people. I'm sure that there is local providers represented. Hendricks, Mr. Olson is here. I mean, there's.
I just know
there's
we
plenty.
always try to go local.
Yeah, well,
So.
okay, we'll get to it. Okay, Mr. Altel, we had a presentation from Hilo that was coming up, sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and other supervisors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Jeff Sabak. I'm the State Broadband Director for the state of Arizona. My office is in the Arizona Commerce Authority, and we roll up to the governor, Governor Ducey. First off, I'd like to say thank you to the team here. We've been all over the state. I've been to every county. I've met with most municipalities, and I've been to Yuma County 3 times more than any other county. This is the most involved, aggressive group you're going to find, because they understand that this is the future. This is rural electrification in the 20s. This is the interstate highway system in the 50s. You get on board or you get left behind. go up to Flagstaff, drive around the old Route 66. Not a whole lot going on there now. At one point, that was a backbone of America, but the interstate bypassed them. This is a chance for Yuma County to lead. What these gentlemen are proposing is much better than we have in Phoenix. Faster, more secure, better speeds, good stuff. The process they used, I was not part of the selection process, was fair, it was transparent, very similar to what we use at the state. We have a grant that dropped at 9 a.m. today for $100 million with the state of Arizona. One of the big gating mechanisms of that grant qualifications is local investment and local involvement. This really helps Yuma County in this and all other grants, federal and state. One of the things that you have to understand is that this is the first step in a very large process. These folks want to bring fiber to every address in the county, businesses and residential. It's going to take time, but this process will probably cost close to $100 million. This is not something that anybody can do. One of the things we look at in the state is we're not here to fund your startup. Do you have the financial ability to do that kind of project? I can't stress enough why that's important. Right now, we're in the middle of a land rush. It's not just Arizona, it's everywhere in the country is getting federal funds for this. Do you have contractors lined up? Do you have fiber optic cable? It's a 9-month wait just to get the raw materials. And do you have the ability to go to Corning and purchase on such a level that you're not at the back of the bus? This is an opportunity for us in Yuma County, and I say us because I spent a lot of time with these folks, to lead in Arizona. Right now, looking at this, you're ahead of everyone else, period. Yavapai County's coming in close, but Yuma's #1. The time is now to do this. You can wait, certainly as you're right, but what's going to happen? Just like supply chain issues with home construction. You want appliances, you want lumber, you're going to wait. Companies like this have choices. What markets do we first? How do we do this? What order are we going to do this in? Do we do Colorado? Do we do Arizona? They're sitting here today to talk about how they want to do Arizona first. I can't stress enough how important this is. So I'm just going to say, as a state broadband director, I endorse this project. I think it's transformative for Yuma County. I think it will benefit every citizen in Yuma County. Education, healthcare, economic development, agriculture.
And education.
Education, yes, ma'am. Kids learn at home now. My mom and dad were teachers. Sit in the classroom and then go home and write things out. It's collaborative. Video conferencing, YouTube. Let's give our kids these tools that we need to do this. This is an opportunity for Yuma County to lead, to be the best in Arizona. We even had discussions with the mayor of Yuma about a spaceport he wants built. You're not going to have a spaceport without broadband. We've had calls with the White House. The lady at the White House who runs this policy, who's in charge of federal funds, has said the White House wants fiber. They don't want wireless, they want fiber. This is fiber. So I'm just going to leave this and say, any county in Arizona will be lucky to have these folks. Every county in Arizona will be lucky to have this team. And I strongly support the project. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
May I approach with my business cards, please? I've got a name that's not easily pronounced, and so I thought it'd be easier if you actually looked at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors, my name is Doc Weiniger. It's Dwight, but I haven't been called that since I was 8 years old. So I go by Doc, and we are thrilled and honored, very gratified to be here today. I know you don't probably know a lot about ALLO, And so we wanted to give you a brief presentation to tell you who we are and what our background is. So Allo Communications was founded in Imperial, Nebraska, not the sand dunes, but Imperial, Nebraska in 2003. We are a competitive fiber to the premise provider who specializes in ubiquitous citywide networks for last mile, but we also build projects like the one that is here today. And we're a fiber provider to other carriers, both wireless and wireline carriers, well as large commercial providers. Our current footprint passes about 800,000 in population, total population that is served. We're adding about 500 new customers a week. So this week we should be up around 104,000 total customers. Our communities we serve range from 1,500 to 290,000. Lincoln, Nebraska is the largest community we serve, and Bridgeport, Nebraska is the smallest community, but they have one thing in common. They both have fiber to the prim to every location in those communities. So we create, connect, and serve gig communities. What a gig community is, it's how your school works with their students all together, how the healthcare institutions work with their patients, how the businesses work with their customers on a full fiber network. Susan mentioned our core values. I just want to mention those real quick. Honest, we don't do the pricing gimmicks. Your price is what your price is. It includes your router, it includes your taxes, your fees, everything. And it's not a 6-month fee, it's your permanent cost. Exceptional is one of our core values. Our service platform is 100% fiber. I said we were formed in 2003. Every thing that we have ever built has been fiber. We've never had any copper, any coax, any wireless in our system. It's all fiber. We also have a 24/7 customer service, live customer service that are our own employees. We have no call centers. We don't put anything out. So between the fact that it's a fully fiber platform and all of our own employees 24/7, it is an exceptional service. We're one of the highest rated companies in the country as far as customer service goes. Local, it is important for us to mention local. When we go into a community, we hire all local. We set up an office. It's the old telephone company model from 50 years ago. So in Lake Havasu City, for example, up the road, we will have 50 permanent employees in Lake Havasu City. That'll include customer service, cable splicers, locators. We do our own locating. We will have our own technical support people there, and a storefront as well. And so we have a permanent base of about 50 employees and a couple hundred during construction. And then hassle-free, we make it very easy to do business with us through that live local presence that we have. So here is our current footprint. So you see Imperial, Nebraska is right on the Colorado border below the Nebraska Panhandle there. We spread out in both directions from Imperial. When you look at our markets, make just a couple of comments. Lincoln, Nebraska, before we built Lincoln, had the 28th fastest internet in the state of Nebraska. I'll give you Omaha. I want you to give me 26 other communities in Nebraska that Lincoln was slower than. They're now number 4 in the United States in the top 100 cities in internet speed, faster than any of the Phoenix area communities, Scottsdale, Mesa, Phoenix, any of them, because of the all fiber network that exists. And that would be the same network that would be deployed in Yuma County. Currently building Greeley, Colorado, city very similar to Yuma, about 100,000 population, college town with a very large agricultural base around the community. So that, and then Lake Havasu City, which is our first Arizona community. We will be starting construction there in February. We are currently doing all of our permitting and shooting the poles, working with the local electric provider Unisource there. We have hired people already in Lake Havasu City, so we have local employees already in Lake Havasu City, and that construction project will take probably 12 to 15 months, and everybody in Havasu will have access to fiber at their homes, business, or government institution. We're also getting ready to announce a number of other Arizona communities. And so one of the communities that we hope to announce is the city of Yuma. which from our own private capital will be close to $100 million investment. We are looking to invest $120 to $150 million, depending on the grants available and things, to build out to the communities within Yuma County beyond this network. We have, it says 700 teammates, we're over 750 employees now. Total will be over 1,000 this time next year. So this is our wholesale services, where we will have networks where we sell to other carriers. We build to wireless towers. In fact, our 5th largest customer is a wireless provider out of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, which you see up in the Panhandle. They serve an extremely large area of the Nebraska Panhandle, eastern Wyoming, and eastern Colorado. So that's a look. We will be taking traffic from Yuma County to the Switch Data Center in Las Vegas, to San Diego, and to the Carrier Hotel in Phoenix. So when the carrier relations, because remember, get back, I mean, we talk about our investment in our fiber to the home, in our last mile network. This is your network. You're going to own this. This is not our network. You're going to own this. We're going to help you manage it. And the way we do that is we sell to a lot of carriers already, whether they're wireless carriers, whether they are large commercial users, or whether they're other land-based carriers. We sell to a number of companies like that. And so there's a lot of different ways that you can market that. And that's what we'll be helping the county with, is to find the carriers that want to have fiber either built to their towers, or want to use the network to go into San Luis or into Welton or Somerton or some of the other locations. So you know, we have dedicated and switched Ethernet, which is, they're talking here about providing the Ethernet service, the county, dedicated internet access. We also provide dark fiber, and what dark fiber is, that's just the fiber. And the large customer, you know, might be the one of the terminals near the border, near San Luis, might want to light the fiber themselves and just lease the fiber to get to where they want to go. That's something you'll be able to do with this solution as well. 27,000 lit buildings in addition to the dark fiber that we provide service to. Our largest customer has about 35,000 phone lines, and we are at our base actually a phone company. So we work with you, your customer, to customize the solution that you need. It's a fully protected, redundant, and it's an open and a private network. And so those seem like maybe they're not in agreement with each other. It's open because you're going to be wanting to lease this to anybody that wants to come in. It's private because the county owns that and will control who is on that network. 100% fiber optic. And at the bottom, we talk about connected to fiber technology partner. This is very important because Connected to Fiber is an organization of carriers around the United States. And there's about 6,000 carriers in Connected to Fiber. We're a member of that. So whenever, one of the ways we'll market this is we'll go to Connected to Fiber and say, okay, now there's fiber to these locations in Yuma County. So if somebody like T-Mobile, who we build for, somebody like US Cellular, who we build for, if they're looking for fiber to a certain location or a tower, they can go to Connected to Fiber and look in Yuma County and see where that fiber exists. And that'll be part of what we do as a Connected to Fiber technology partner. All kinds of awards, top 10 PC Magazine fastest ISP, number 3 fastest internet provider regionally, and that's a little bit misleading because there's one town, Cedar Falls, Iowa, where the electric company built fiber to everybody and they give everybody a gig, and so it's a little bit hard to compete with that. We're behind them, and actually Google Fiber has a little bit in the Kansas City area as well, although they haven't built out all of Kansas City, only to certain neighborhoods, and we do build to everybody. Number 1 best gaming internet service provider in the country. And if you're not into gaming, maybe that doesn't mean so much, but what that means is it's incredibly low latency and high bandwidth. So that's really important to telehealth, financial institutions that do trading and need very low latency. And so the fact that we're number 1 gaming ISP in the country speaks to the latency and the bandwidth that's available. and then the chairman's award of the Fiber Broadband Association. So I'll go through all that. You know, we have all that. We are local. We will have ultimately in triple figures employees in the county. And so with that, I'd throw it open to questions that you might have regarding ALLO, who we are. We're extremely well capitalized. We have a financial partner out of New York. We're owned, let me talk about our ownership just real quick. If you're familiar with Nelnet, the student loan company, they process about 65% of the student loans in the United States. They own 45% of ALLO. A company called SDC Capital, which is a capital provider out of New York, owns 48% of ALLO. And then our management owns the other 7%. So we have access to hundreds of millions of dollars in capital for these types of projects that we're looking at in Arizona and Colorado. And our board has told us to go full force into Arizona as quickly as we can deploy. So that's why I'm here. I live in Arizona. I live in Levine, which is in Central Phoenix, and have worked in Arizona Fiber since the mid-teens. I've been in telecom since Alexander Graham Bell told Watson to come in and talk to him, but I've been in Arizona Fiber since the mid-teens. So with that, let me throw it open to questions that you might have.
Oh, that's a pretty good presentation. Do you have any questions? I don't.
I will address just the one issue on 37 million versus 20 million versus 15 million. We view you as a customer, and we're designing this system in phases. And so if only 20 million is available, we'll build this 20 million to these locations. If another grant for 10 million becomes available, then it expands to these locations. Those are the kinds of negotiations and discussions that will occur as we decide the best way for you to deploy this network to serve the most people in Yuma County that you can serve. It'll be a game changer for your constituents and the schools and healthcare and the business community and residents in this county. It's incredible what fiber does for a community.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, thank you.
Anything else from the side of the presentations here?
I do have an alternative motion. You'd like to make it based on the.
Well, we'd like to listen to, I've got a bunch of people that want to present. So let me listen to what they have to say, and then we'll talk about a possible motion, if at all. You want to?
Just a question.
A question.
To Susan or, I recall seeing a map of the backbone. Is that still the same one, or has it changed?
That was the preliminary map, but it will change based on our discussion with ALLO about the most, what that was. Every vendor submitted a map based on the locations that we listed in attachment A and B of the RFP. And so they each took a little bit different approach. But what we want to do is now create a more efficient fiber network based on the conversations that we want to have with the vendor to find out the most places we can get the soonest, and if there's a phasing needed to get to the most underserved and unserved areas of the county, how do we do that? So it will be a phased approach, but we didn't put the map in because people will get fixated on what's on the map and what's not on the map, and that's not the final map. So once we do come back with a contract, it will be the map of the phases that we would have.
You know, and I think you just hit that, what I wanted to also point out, the underserved, because all this basically started on the Fed during COVID, because the schools and rural communities not having the internet and the Wi-Fi for kids to do their work, their homework. So if we take approach to take it to areas that, I want to say, that have money or that had before could have access or could have done it, and we're leaving the underserved out until future, who knows if we get that money to do it. And then at least on my behalf, I'll say that the county is liable for that and should be paying for it if we don't take it to the underserved. So I just want to make sure that, you know.
That the initial purpose,
Yeah.
which was to address the
Sure.
underserved
Absolutely,
populations.
that is our intent. That's the purpose of this project.
Well, because you say if the underserved and then we take it later, so I just want to make sure that we look at that first.
Okay, I can't help, and I know
I have
Supervisor
one question.
Pancrase wants to make a comment, so
We're
I'll
not-
wait until.
Yeah, with this, there is also already wires in places, already in the ground in some places. We won't duplicate that, will we? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, you're saying if there's already fiber optics laid down somewhere else, and you
Yes.
see that happening right now.
Yes.
How would this work in conjunction with that, or besides that, or how does that work? I mean, there's already been some investment. As a matter of fact, the city of San Luis was working on getting their fiber optic link for a while. I mean, that was one of their projects, getting fiber to their city, to their industrial park. There are some subdivisions over there that already have fiber. How is that gonna work? What the linkage, and maybe I'll tell, I mean, hello, Halo, hello. I mean, and you thought your name was bad. This, for me, this is a tough one. But how would that work? How would the relationship with the current providers that there are some, I mean, they may be small, but
The tribes
I
have
think
already
at the
done it.
end of the day, what we're looking at is how do you blend in to, how do you take advantage of what's already been done, and how is this not going to be seen as us stepping into the private sector, providing the avenue for a private sector company, which in this case, it's hello, and not disrupt the private sector business operations as they are now. How does this work? I mean, I know, are you going to supplant them? Are they going to be able to hook up? Or what about the investment they've already made? And I didn't want to get there this fast, but I'm getting there pretty quickly. You see, the point that I'm making is when we thought about this, we thought about underserved areas, and we thought, how can we make that service available? And in my mind, it was supposed to be made available to them literally almost for free, so that everybody could hook up. This seems to me a very good arrangement for a company that wants to get into the service. And I know that the investment, I mean, I guess in some way the question is what's different between Spectrum, for example, and Halo? What's different? Why are is this like a franchise that we're giving these people? Are they going to be using our right-of-ways, the county right-of-ways? What is the ultimate relationship?
This is a county-owned backbone network with fiber that's going to ensure that carriers who come on and lease fiber or buy fiber from our network will be able to serve at least 1 gigabit per second to residences and 10 gigabit per second to businesses.
That is clear to me.
This is the broadband backbone that will not be providing retail service. We're not going to be providing service ourselves. We'll be leasing the line, the fiber to others who will be able to provide service, and it'll cost less for them to provide the service, and it'll cost less for people to buy the service because we're using federal dollars to build the backbone so that the private sector doesn't have to do that and then recoup that through their charges to residents and businesses. So we're lowering the barrier to entry in the unserved and underserved areas. And we'll certainly be focused on those areas instead of the more profitable areas. But you have to have something that is a network and that is redundant and has loops so that you're not losing service to those critical areas.
I got it. I do have it. I do get that. But we're doing this through a company that it's a profitable company. As a matter of fact, it's one of the 3 top companies in the nation. And they're going to be the conduit to get there. And you saying we as a county are gonna lease, but we're not. They're gonna negotiate leases with the servicers. I mean, with the people who
To
actually
our
provide.
to the county's specifications. They're not gonna go off on their own and come up with deals that aren't approved by the county.
But aren't
The
they,
county will own
Well, I get
we're
that. I
contracting
get
with
that.
them to build this network for us. Separately, they are going to be a third-party provider that wants to build out in parts of Yuma County. So they will be one of the lessees of the lines. They won't be the exclusive one. Verizon can come in and lease lines. Gila Electronics can come in and lease lines. Other individuals can lease that fiber, which has, at least a gig of service available to the last mile. So it's a benefit to any carrier who wants to take advantage of it and to lease that line.
Can
Yeah,
I?
Supervisor Spencer, yes.
Okay, Susan, this is how I see it. Okay, they're gonna put in the middle mile. If Dateland, if the truck stop at Dateland wants Wi-Fi, they're going to pay to put in the last mile or the final mile, and they'll hook up to ours and to ours, and they'll pay a provider to put in the final mile that goes to their truck stop, correct? Is that how it works?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. So if Hyder School or TACNA needs people who are living out there, they would pay for their final mile or the end mile. There's a lot of people who live out in that area. Let's say the mobile home park that's out there off of, I don't know, Spot Road or somewhere out there, or the cattle company, or we would be providing the middle mile. The county would have the middle mile already out there, and they would pay to have the final mile to their property.
Probably to a supplier, because you do need to
To
turn
an
it
internet
into-
service provider.
Through a provider.
Through a provider.
Correct.
Yeah,
So-
and that's the key.
So we would be putting in the middle mile, but they would pay a provider to put in the final mile.
And that's where Halo comes in.
Aloe.
Comes in. Well, I still can't get it,
Think
but
of aloe vera and you'll think.
Aloe comes in, and so can Gila, and so can Verizon, and so
Yeah,
can
so
every
can
other Altel,
Spectrum,
so
so
can
can-
Spectrum.
yeah.
Is that the concept?
T-Mobile, yeah.
So are we signing a contract so they can actually provide a broader distribution system? Are they taking on the task of making sure that it gets to a certain point? Are they building it for us to whatever specifications we ask them to? Is that what it boils down to?
They're going to build the middle mile backbone to the specifications that we identify that will be in the contract. They're going to design and build the broadband backbone. We also will have a contract for maintenance and operations of the fiber backbone on behalf of the county, because we're going to have someone that needs to maintain that on our behalf because we own it. We'll also.
How long is the contract? I'm just getting into the details. How long is the contract?
We don't have the
How long?
contract yet.
Oh, we don't. So it's just enter into negotiations for a contract. The length and the cost is still to be determined?
Is there, Mr. Chairman?
Generally, we look at a 20-year timeline.
I thought we couldn't. I thought we had to, well, yeah, we can, I guess, renewable, I suppose, every year. But, well, anyway. I mean, we do have franchises that last 25 years. As a matter of fact, that's probably an issue coming up with Southwest. We have a Spectrum franchise. Would that clash with that? We won't? Okay.
They don't want the big ones don't want to provide out here.
Well, that's the other issue was, I get to you, Mr. Simmons, I noticed but the issue here, it's always, in my mind, cities didn't need the additional help. They could get it from the private sector based on their size, right? If if the city of Yuma wants to cut a contract for fiber, the city of Yuma can. I mean, that's the point, right? That they have enough customers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The concept here was you don't have the same situation happening in Welton or in Mohawk or in some of these outlying areas. And that's where we wanted to step in and try to make sure they have access to affordable. Actually, I was looking at a different type of internet provider. I was looking at towers and so forth. You did come up with a system that is the gold standard, as you call it, but it's also very expensive, very, top of the line. I get it. It is the gold standard. It is the best you can. I mean, anybody that's building towers up there knows that everybody thinks we need them, but nobody wants them in the backyard. So it is an issue. Go ahead, Mr. Simmons.
A question on, since this is a county backbone, is there oversight on the fees?
Yes, yes, we would specify the lease terms of the lease and it's open access, so it will be the same pricing no matter who is leasing them.
Like I said, we're looking at serving the outlying areas. A lot of those are, not real high income.
So that's where other grants come in. If let's say there's no third-party provider that wants to do it on their own with their own investment, the county could seek out grants to do that last mile as well to those residences. So that is an additional, that's a future project for grant monies to get to the last mile to those very, very rural areas.
I just had one other question on, like we were talking, already established companies that are providing broadband out in the outlying areas. It doesn't affect them. They can still continue to provide without using this backbone.
Correct.
Am I correct on that? I mean, so if they've already got a system in place, if somebody wants to go with them, they can still expand out and not even use the backbone that's being installed. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, completely voluntary.
I am going to call on, I've got 3 cards here. I'm not choosing them for, in any particular order. JP Mahone? Mayhem. Hello.
Thank you, Chairman Reyes, members of the board. We have our legal counsel here, and I'd like him to address some of the questions first. I would like the opportunity to speak, but I don't want to speak over any of the points that he's.
Right. Well, I can call him in first, but it will take a long time to get through this.
Thank you, sir.
So with Mr. Hendricks, do you want to defer, Mr. Hendricks, to your legal? Yes, sir. All right. Okay. Well, I'll leave you guys till after that. Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Barry Olson, 101 East 2nd Street in Yuma, Arizona. As most of you are aware, I represent Gila Electronics, which is a local wireless broadband communications company that's been in Yuma since the late 1980s. We're local. We want to be the local provider of broadband in Yuma County. You'll see a number of individuals behind me today, including Mr. Hendricks, and quite a number of his employees who took the time today to come down here to show you the importance of this project to not only Gila Electronics, but Yuma County in general. Since broadband has become more popular and as technologies evolved, again, Gila started in the 1980s, where basically walkie-talkies, wireless communications and so forth that we've all seen evolve over the last 20 to 30 years, where now we're to the broadband fiber gold standard. In Yuma County, there hasn't been any basically public funding to expand internet into rural areas. Obviously, Yuma County is quite large. We're spread out. On its own nickel, Gila's installed 25 miles of fiber broadband to date. Again, all of it privately financed. We recently installed private broadband to TACNA, which, as I understand it, is some of, if not the fastest broadband in Yuma County. That wasn't publicly funded. It was all by Gila. We're encouraged that the county, along with cooperation from the state, and I'm pleased that Mr. Sabatka came down from the governor's office or from the state to talk about the importance of this project to Yuma County. We couldn't agree anymore. We believe that there are 2 areas in the county of what was put up that really are in dire need of expanded broadband. It's the underserved areas. I've provided some of you with maps that we've come up with, so like the Colonia area, some areas in South County and around the city of Yuma, where there's a high residential population, but low to moderate income families that cannot get affordable or any type of broadband internet. what Gila's done, we have a number of customers that we work with in areas where we've put in this 25 miles. And Mr. Hendricks has told me he's had families call him up constantly saying, hey, I can't really afford what, the $40, $50 a month, whatever it might be. So we either subsidize that or work out payment plans with those families, because Mr. Hendricks is local. He understands the local community, and that's been basically our premise in the past and going forward. The second area, we appreciate the University of Arizona and Mr. Smith being on this committee, because they're right. As technology in the agricultural industry has gotten so complex that we need to have very good broadband as well as some wireless communications to support those agricultural operations. So that is a dire need that needs to be addressed. We were one of the 5 companies that submitted proposals to the county when this came up. We were actually speaking to the county about some of our concerns and our experience in the area prior to submitting the request for proposal. We were disappointed that we weren't provided with one of the 3 interviews. We're a local company, employ local individuals, and as part of our proposal, we employ local contractors. Until Friday, we had not had an opportunity to review ALLO's proposal. We've now had an opportunity to review ALLO's proposal and compare it to ours. I don't know if you've seen Gila's proposal. I don't know if it was included as part of your packets, but some aspects I'd like to highlight. The county's proposal, or what it's requesting, is 180 miles of broadband backbone. We understand that. We proposed 320 miles based upon our experience and what we believe the county needs. And where this gets to be of significance is on the dollar and cost. We took ALLO's proposal, $37.5 million, and we divided it into the miles to come up, and we did it, as I understand it, I'm getting more technologically advanced than I probably ever wanted to be, trying to understand internet broadband. But if you look at it on a per foot basis, ALLO's proposal to the county is $40.91 per foot, and that's 180 miles. Our proposal at 320 miles came out to $27.64 per foot, or $13 less a foot. This is a governmental entity, and I realize that costs are imperative and paramount when you're reviewing bids like this. But why we weren't provided with an interview when we're the lowest, well, as between us and ALLO, we believe we are the better economical solution. Now, we also looked at ALLO's proposed list of subcontractors. We didn't recognize any local subcontractors. If you look at our list, our proposal is to use subcontractors to the extent that we can. In other words, if there's an available subcontractor that's local, we've worked with them and we will continue to work with them, and we're going to hire local. If the county's goal is to get the best bang for its buck, we believe it's Gila. Now, another concern we have with the county's proposal, and had there been discussion with Gila or been provided with an interview, and I've emailed, I think, all of you a matrix, or basically a spreadsheet, that shows all of the sites that the county identified. And I had Gila go through that to identify sites that it either has provided service or has permits pending at the county to provide service. And I point that out because the importance of that is there's no reason for the county to overbuild Gila's network. In other words, it's like having 2 roads going this right next to each other. You don't need it. So in other words, if you're going, what should be happening is we should go through the sites that have been selected, and where a private company, Gila, has already put in the necessary backbone, that shouldn't be included on the county's proposal. The money for those areas should be taken and diverted to other areas that need the service, lower income areas, moderately income areas, agricultural areas. That's where we propose that money goes. We also have a concern where, and maybe you've picked up on this, when you look at how the proposal is broken down, over half of the money that's being allocated is to provide what's called a WAN, wide area network as I understand it, to county facilities. To county already has internet at most of its facilities from my experience. So a question I have is why is over half of the money being used to link in government offices? Couldn't that better be used to serve the interest that Mr. Smith represents in his agricultural operations or anybody associated in farming? Or what about the lower income areas? We think that hasn't been addressed. The other concern we have is, now, there's a lot of talk about this being open source. If it's purely open source where it's publicly funded, where any provider can come in and doesn't have to compete with ALLO to provide that last mile service, we get that. But if ALLO has any type of an advantage, we don't believe that's fair. And that's something that the county attorney's office and the county are going to have to really look at if you go with ALLO, is to make certain there are no barriers for entry. As I understand it from Gila Electronics, a common practice with Backbone as well, there's a connection fee, and there's different fees that they add on so that the end user basically would be charged those, but if they go with ALLO, they don't have those costs. The other item, I don't know if you've seen in ALLO's proposal, is this 37.5 million, and then there's an annual maintenance fee or annual management fees that total 1.9 million. Our proposal didn't have that. It was part of our fee. So there's a lot to this that I think needs to be examined when you compare, if you're going to compare apples and apples, the local apple is the better apple when it comes down to this, and that's Gila Electronics. I thank you for your time. Mr. Hendricks and Mr. Mann may have some additional comments that they've come up with, but we really hope that you would take considerable time, review this, and this does have to happen, but it should happen again with the county getting the best bang for its buck, and Gila Electronics can do that. Thank you. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than glad to address them.
Any questions?
I have questions.
Supervisor Benson.
Can you answer financial abilities? Can you afford to do this? And do you have fiber or coax or copper in your lines? Those are two questions I just, during the conversation I was, during the.
Rather than me answer that, I think those are questions for Mr. Hendricks. He can come up here as the owner of the company and answer those questions for you, Ms. Pancrase.
Mr. Hendricks, would you come up? I think you, well, I would have asked your attorney to stand next to you, but he left. So be careful, I always say. Yeah, all right. Well, the question was again.
Yeah, we have fiber, copper, and wireless services, all the above. Yeah, absolutely. That we built on our own dime, end to end, all in-house. And we have a construction team that does aerial, underground, boring, attached utility poles. We build communication towers, all of the above, yes.
Okay. Well.
At some of the locations on that RFP, we provide fiber service too, yes.
Oh, you do. It's
Absolutely.
fiber, not coax or,
No, like
or copper.
you mentioned Five Rivers Cattle. They have a fiber internet service from us today.
Okay, do you have the financial abilities, and are you on the list, high enough on the list to be able to get the product?
Yeah,
that was another question.
I mean, I can, the purchase power of ALLO, I'm assuming is great. We have vendors we work with. We show up with a purchase order for 100 miles of fiber, we will be on the top of the list. I don't, there are supply chain issues, as we all know. I do not anticipate the purchaser being the issue with getting the services.
Any more
Okay,
questions?
those are some of the questions I had that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hendricks. You may remain if you want to.
Questions you have?
McMahon, can you come up? And if you want to add anything to what has already been said, this is your chance, JP.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to add a couple of things. We talked about local. ALLO's presentation said local a few times. Local, they're local in Nebraska. We're local here. On our RFP, we listed all local subcontractors except one. That same subcontractor was listed as their work because they're specialists. They can maybe bore a mile a day. All of our vendors except for one where Mr. Hennick was talking about getting the specialized fiber, we're local. We're talking about $7.5 million to local vendors that live here, and that money goes back around the economy. Allo had 0 local vendors. I also want to talk a little bit about construction. They say in their proposal they have not done soil samples in Yuma County for the earthwork. They have never done any underground or overhead in Yuma. They don't have co-location agreements with the utility providers in Yuma. We do. We've done underground. We've done overhead. We serve these facilities. In Allo's proposal, it says they will utilize their playbook to create a unique design criteria for the county. As unique criteria are understood or known, including utility pole make-ready, pole availability, availability of public space, certain structures, and additional design iterations will run using a mathematical optimization. Gila's group knows more about this type of, and has more experience in this type of utility construction than anyone that will be brought in here. We understand the unutilized area, the underserved areas. We understand the served areas. We understand the agriculture needs. Gila has existing towers that can help support agriculture needs, and I've been in front of this board numerous times working on more of those. Also, there's some talk about a broadband network and access to that broadband network. Again, Allo's proposal, it says, please note that Allo has limited interest in this project as a standalone project. Allo's primary interest is accommodating the requirements in attachment A and attachment B. That was a list of addresses that were with the RFP.
I didn't understand that.
So basically, in their proposal, they say they don't want to do just a backbone. They want to provide end to the customer. They have, their proposal says they have limited interest in doing just the fiber backbone as it's presented. They want to get fiber to the customer. To the current customers that are served by Gila and other tier 1 providers in Yuma. Proposal goes on to say, generally service plans are priced 10% lower than the incumbent, than the person that is already serving that person with the internet. They're going to price it generally 10% lower. So essentially they're asking for $40 million to build over the existing customers that Gila has financed on their own dollar and save them approximately 10% a month. We talked about not getting an interview for the project, and we're really disappointed in that, especially with some of the letters of support that we got from current customers, including the City of Yuma, the Cocopah Indian Tribe, the Colorado River Indian Tribe, La Paz County, Quechan Indian Tribe, Yuma County Water Users Association, Welton Mohawk Irrigation and Drainage District, and the Welton Elementary School. Allo has, in Allo's proposal, they talked about some of the things that they've done back in Nebraska. Gila's been doing those things for 40 years in Yuma. Employ local people, provide the local economy, use local subcontractors, provide for Yuma nonprofit agencies. Here in Yuma, building on our own dime. There was a date earlier, March 5th, when this started. Gila's built over 5 miles of fiber in Yuma since that date. With the hundreds of millions of dollars that they have access to, in the months that they've been wanting to come to Yuma, why haven't they built any fiber? They only want to build this network if they get subsidized $40 million. I have a lot of experience in utility line extensions that are governed by the ACC. There was talk about return on investment earlier. It's challenging to build 100 miles of fiber for $47 million to one customer that wants to pay $200 a month. I don't know what the math is on that, but that's a long return on investment. This type of money has never been available. It might not be available again to serve our underserved areas, areas that Gila and our construction team are intimately familiar with. I wanted to read, there was also a lot of talk of why this started. Education, working remotely, going to school remotely. I'd like to read a letter dated August 10th, 2021. To whom it may concern, I am pleased to write this letter of recommendation for Gila Electronics of Yuma. Gila Electronics of Yuma has been instrumental in helping Welton Elementary School improve the school's access to internet. Gila Electronics of Yuma has helped us improve our infrastructure in order to increase the internet access and bandwidth. Our fiber internet service has allowed the school to increase use of technology in all classrooms. Prior to the fiber internet service, Welton Elementary School had often had difficulties during our required online state assessments. We were extremely pleased to report that we had no issue with testing once we had the fiber internet service. Welton Elementary School is very grateful for all the services provided by Gila Electronics during the pandemic. The school would not have been able to offer online instruction to all of our students without this company's help. ALLO was nowhere to be found when the students of Welton Elementary needed fiber. There's some talk about attachment A and attachment B. I talked about the ALLO only has limited interest in building a fiber network unless they build it to the addresses in attachment A and B. Welton Elementary School is an existing Gila Electronics fiber company or customer that is listed as number 75 on attachment A. Our only intent is to rebuild that on $20 to $40 million. That doesn't sound like we're sure if we have. There's no interest in them coming here without that subsidy. That's all I have. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer from the board.
Any questions? Thanks, Mr. Mahon. Okay, but there doesn't seem to be a question of what we want to do. It seems to me like as a county, the idea is to try to find some way to provide internet services out to the people that need them where they need them. I don't think there's any question of that. And I guess if there's any question that the future is on fiber. So the only question we've got left is whether this is a contract we want to enter as soon as possible, or is there some questions from the board that needs to be addressed before?
Can I, Mr. Chair, Mark, or Paul, or Susan, or, yeah, Jeff, go ahead. What was your name again?
Jeff.
Jeff, that's what I thought. Jeff, yes. Do any of you have anything you want? Anything else that you're the ones that have done all the work on this, so.
We're talking about the committee, right?
Jeff, can Jeff come up, Mr. Chair? Okay.
We're here because what's going on right now isn't working. That's the truth. Kids aren't connected, businesses aren't connected. People can't come to Yuma because they don't have the infrastructure. Anybody who wants to do this is going to have to provide that level of infrastructure. And that's what's important. I wasn't part of the committee, so I don't know what the criteria was, but there are some things that were said that surprised me. Number one, I think somebody mentioned low-income consumers. There's a program called the Emergency Broadband Benefit, or EBB. It provides $50 a month subsidy to low-income consumers, 75 on tribal lands. Are all the carriers providing that service today?
You'd be surprised how many farmers don't fit that low-income threshold.
I don't mean farmers.
Yeah, well,
I believe me, I know.
I'm telling you, households. Yeah.
Households.
Oh, households, farmer households don't
Any
meet that
households,
threshold.
yeah.
households. So those that are providing service, are they providing the EBB today? Because I've always found that past experience is a good judge of future success. Are they building fiber into these neighborhoods, into these residences? And what speeds are they offering? I think it's important. I mean, I can generalize all day long, but I wasn't on the committee, so I don't know. But it's important for us to realize that this is a chance to build infrastructure for the next 20 years. It's either going to get done right or it's not. That'll be my only comment, sir.
Any more questions from Jeff? I think we all agree that that is the ultimate purpose. It's how we're going to get there that I think is under discussion.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to work with any carrier who wants to be a part of the EBB, just like most of the carriers in Arizona are, to make sure our folks get those subsidies. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I mean, does anybody, Paul, you want to say something? Brinkley? No, I'm just kidding.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to address something that Supervisor Port just brought up about the, and it's been a lot of the discussion, the underserved areas. So I think, ALLO can speak for themselves, but I think they're not coming here because of a subsidy. I think they were going to come here and serve the places where they could get an ROI. But without this funding, that wouldn't extend out to places where a business wouldn't normally invest and cover the underserved areas. So in my view, that's the purpose of you guys investing in this kind of infrastructure, backbone network that's open to any carriers, is lowering that cost of entry so that it does provide an ROI to companies to come in and provide service to the areas that otherwise wouldn't get served. Just wanted to clarify that.
Any comments?
Yeah, and you know, my comment on that is that I don't want us to be short to those underserved that are, if it's, you know, I've heard 1 mile, but if it's 2 to 3 miles, you know, that's the, and you know, a lot of my district has certain areas within the city of Yuma. And so how do we get to there? How is the county, is it the city? I want to find out a little bit more information, at least, how are we going to integrate with the cities? If the cities are going to do maybe that mile to bring it into the cities, to areas that are underserved or low income. I mean, the layout for the agriculture, I think it's set. I think that the map that I saw, it's great, but I just want to make sure that the low income.
Some of the service areas.
So each of the cities provided their preferred or identified locations that we included in attachment A and B. That was our starting point, so that we have one list of addresses for everybody to bid on. That doesn't mean that's the final list of addresses, but it at least gave us a starting point to get those proposals back, to be able to compare proposals to one another. And also, once the issue of the RFP came out and with had the private WAN for the county, we took that off the table because it's not eligible for broadband for ARPA funds anyway. So we included county facilities as part of the total backbone because we do not have adequate facilities and adequate services now for our county facilities. So each city and the county and the agriculture industry and economic development representatives participated in identifying where those locations were as the step one of the attachment A and B in the RFP. Now we're going to take the information that I'm getting from the board about your desired priorities, as well as working, we already have the information from the cities on where they would prefer to have those locations. We'll include those low income areas. However, this is the middle mile. This is the backbone. This isn't service to the home yet. But when we can lower that cost of service to the home, we will do that. So that's going to be our priority. Like I said, there are additional grants available to serve to the home, fiber to the home, which we can look at for the unserved and underserved areas that are eligible by census block through federal grants. So that can even be an additional service we can provide beyond the backbone. But the backbone is the first step. So that's what we want to do. And then, as I mentioned, each city had identified what they are interested in seeing. But we'll also look at all the census tracts, because that's the way some of the grants are identified, is where are those unserved and underserved areas by census block that we can include to make sure that this is a sustainable and viable and useful network to our entire community.
Let me say that the scope of work, which is what we're talking about right now, the scope of work, it's easily understood as saying that, you know, if additional areas come online or need to come online, that will be something that will be added to the final design. And I think the issue now is getting back to whether we have a local company do it or a company that comes from outside that has the expertise. And definitely that presentation was really good. I can't pronounce a real, you know, do it justice as I should, you know, but the company has done a good presentation. They seem to have the background, and what we've got here is a local company that says they have the same thing. They have the same thing, and they've been doing it for a long time. And the question to me is, are we as a board ready to make the decision, or do we want to, you know, take a little more time with it? It seems to me that there's some issues. I don't know if this have nothing to do with the work that really that the committee did in terms of, you know, choosing the right goals and choosing the right, the right, what would I say, choosing the right, priorities. It's just that we're now faced with the situation where we're asked to make a $20 million decision in a single meeting because of expediency. We'd like to get it done. We've been talking about it for a while. And I asked the board, are you guys ready to make a decision, or do you need any more information that either Alo, okay, well, whatever, can provide, Alo can provide, or who wants to make a comment? Mr. Smith.
You wanted to make a comment?
Oh, Mr. Smith, Mark Smith.
Yeah, Mark Smith. Thank you, Chairman Reyes. I just wanted to address the issue about the underserved and unserved. That's been a primary goal from day one, starting 4 years ago when we started on this process. We've stopped proposals that did not serve that portion. When I talked to you initially, that's the goal of this. Dealing with Jeff with the state, he made it very clear to this committee and previous committees that if we weren't serving the underserved and unserved, that the state dollars would not flow this way. So that's primary to this. The backbone is key, getting that out to these areas so that we can get the additional monies or grants and serve the underserved and unserved. So that's key to this whole project. The backbone is the key to that, and that is where the funding will come from. I think the federal funding also addresses that clearly, that this is to serve the underserved and unserved. So that's been key. That will always be key as long as I'm on one of these committees, Paul's on the committee, Susan's on. That is key to it. So I just want everyone to be rest assured, because that was part of our discussion. That has been key in this whole proposal. So, thank you.
Right. Like I said, I'm going back. Do we need to have any more explanations? Do we need to take our time? Do we need to do, obviously we're being asked to make a decision today. Are you ready to make a decision today?
Mr. Chair, Susan, you talk about, because I haven't seen a map, the ones that you're talking about. I didn't see them in my.
Right, the broadband task force said, don't put the map in because people get focused and they go down a rabbit hole on what's in the map and what's not in the map. I have a map if you want me to unhide
No, that's fine. I just want a little bit more information. I think, at least on my behalf, I know we need to get through this, but I think within maybe we can do it. I don't know how the board feels about, the next meeting in the next 2 weeks.
And what would you want to have that next meeting?
For us to see, because my point is, like I said, I just don't want for some areas to be left short. And I understand the backbone, but at least for us to be able to at least get there close. And if it's a mile, yeah, that's, we're talking about a mile, that's fine. And I'm not, but I just want to make sure that some areas are not left 5 or 6 miles away from the backbone.
We also do have funding constraints. I mean, if we have $20 million to spend, we can't get, but we can create a map that shows the entire
that's
county,
I
and then then we see how much we can get for how much money, and then what grants, additional grant funds we can get to keep going.
That's basically. I don't know how the board feels, but
no, and look, let's not lose sight of why we put this thing together. Let's just not lose sight. I mean, the private sector, it's fine, but I mean, eventually and essentially, they pay for what they want, and normally that's what happens. I was looking at a way to guarantee, which is almost impossible, but a way to guarantee that the low-income, underserved areas would get, good internet service. I wasn't really going after the gold standard or the platinum standard or the silver standard. I was just going to, hey, some of these areas don't have any. So to me, that was the key. That is still the key. It's just that when I look at a contract where it says, well, we guarantee that it's going to be 10% cheaper, I'm not sure that that's still something that is a goal that I would consider to be a good way to spend $20 million on, getting it 10% cheaper. It's just one. Yeah, I know that what we're talking about is providing the backbone. And essentially that is the actual market-driven, the actual fees that people are going to get charged are market-driven. And hopefully we were trying to make sure that the market was a little more amenable to a lower cost for those people, especially those people out there in the outlying areas. But I think we're now getting caught up in this situation where the local, where I wouldn't call them an outside company. They've been in rural areas for a long time. They've been around for a long time. And I think that the fact they're in Lake Havasu just makes them sort of almost a local company. But there is a local company that's been here for a while, and they made their points, and I think it was some of them made sense.
I'd like to see a comparison. Can we?
Well,
Supervisor Lyons.
Mr. Chairman, we represent constituents. I've had a number of calls from constituents concerned about the taking of these federal dollars and sending them outside of our community. I understand what you've said. As a supervisor assigned to this committee up to this point, we've had inferences and discussions that this looks like some of the projects that developed Yuma County, for example, the water delivery, made Yuma County what it is today. It's extremely critical that we look at that same way. We have a company here locally who has been delivering, metaphorically, that water on their own dime. I had recommended that they be given an interview because of issues. They were not given that interview. I would like to recommend that interview happen as part of that process, and that we are able to air out some of those concerns and issues, and then bring this back before the board based upon the recommendation from the group that we have in place. I would still recuse myself as part of that process so that the information delivered to us be new and fair.
That's going to take some time, and time is one of those things that I think is of the essence. At least we've been asked. The committee, I don't know how long it takes to get them together. I don't know whether this would follow some sort of legal process or legal procedure that would be, we would necessarily get legal on this. It's an RFP process, and I think that requires a certain process to be followed. I'm not sure that at this level we could just simply dictate, okay, well, now you will listen to this presentation. It may be a little bit overstepping the boundaries of what technically we could do legally. I guess the question is for legal, can that process be done so that it includes someone else that wasn't necessarily a recommendation from the team initially?
The matter before the board right now is whether or not to authorize negotiating a contract with ALO. If you decide not to authorize that contract, you can send it back to the committee and ask them to reconsider all of the bids submitted.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that we send it back to the committee.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item?
I mean, just a comment. Jeff mentioned it, Paul, Mark, the broadband it's going to be, we need it. It's going to make Yuma County elevate. I see both companies. I would like to see at least something that maybe if it's to be back to the committee, that's something that both of them can work on it together. I mean, there's got to be something that both of them benefit. I mean, I see the local companies, but I believe there is things that within what we're going to end up doing that both companies can benefit. So maybe portions of the last mile or something, but I just want to make sure that us as a board, we make the right decision, but also, I just go back to the cars. When we buy cars, vehicles from out of the city, and we always get it's the same thing, from the local vendors here, that
they can do it.
So trying to help out, and the thing is, I understand that we need to move fast in this. So maybe at least that's my thinking.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I kind of know where I want to go on this, but it's to be fair to local
Ben?
Business to be able to talk to the group if we can expedite it in some way, because this has got to get back, we've got to decide this no later than next month. I mean, I don't think we've got a choice in that. It's something that's got to be done first or second meeting in December at the latest, the
We have
second.
a special meeting?
But, you know, if we can expedite it, but give the local contractor a chance to talk to the board. I'm kind of confused because they've got endorsements from City of Yuma and stuff like that and these other places, but these are people that were sitting on the board that made the decision, the City of Yuma and such, to go with this contractor. So it's getting conflicting, you know, information here, I guess, is what I'm saying. They're saying they've got support of the city, but the city is one that was sitting on the board. I don't know if they voted for it, against it, or whatever, or other entities. But like I said, this is something if we postpone it, we've got to have it next month some way, or either way, if we can make it happen. If not, because it's like Jeff said, this is something that the rest of the state's going to be jumping on board quick, and if we don't, we're going to lose out.
All right. Again, if that process can be reopened, I guess that's the next step, the process to review, the review process. Now, I don't see how that works really well.
Look at our procurement policy,
yeah,
because
we
I
need
don't
to-
know
I don't
that
see how that
that's,
works really well without opening up to the 5 that applied and redoing it. And I think that the outcome, again, I mean, may be the same. We just, you know, we just need to, we need to take into consideration the statements that are being made here, because that's what we do. But the process is we set up committees to deal with this process so that it gets to us as a recommendation. I think to me, the problem sometimes is that the recommendation is a single one. We're not really given much of a choice. We're told, okay, this is the company we chose, and that's what you get. And it's not unusual. I mean, we get that from different vendors all the time. So it's not an unusual process. I think what makes it unusual is that the local vendor didn't get an opportunity to make his presentation to that particular committee, and that's what really irritates them and irritates all. Now it irritates us because it gets to us in this way, where we want to move on something that we feel is going to be good for Yuma County, but we now see there's more options than one, but they weren't really actually gone through. So what I feel here is that there's a tendency in the board to say, look, because they're the local vendor and because they brought items in here that are worth noticing, we'd like to have the committee review this again with the eyes towards looking at the local vendor and seeing if it can. I mean, normally what happens to me is and we'll end up with the same thing with a large enough building. There will always be a local contractor that says, well, I didn't get a chance to do it, but when it comes down to bonding, they could put together the bonding. It was just too big of a project. And then we end up with a situation where you have someone trying to accomplish something that's a little beyond their capacity, but they don't realize it at the time. So having said that, I do believe that there's a feeling here. There was a motion in a second, and I'm going to take a vote. And from what I'm listening to, there seems to be a feeling of, guys, redo this, include the local vendor, see what it pans out to be, and get it to us. If it is a choice, get it to us as a choice. I think it would be very detrimental for us to simply disregard the recommendation that the committee made after all the work they put into it, to simply say, well, whatever you did, didn't. But at this particular point in time, I see that sort of happening. And I wanted to make sure that, hello? That ALO just know that it really isn't their presentation. I think their presentation was excellent. It is now to a point where the local board is looking at a local vendor that says, hey, we weren't included in the process. We'd like to at least have some of our qualifications seen before you guys actually make a decision. And I hope you understand that that seems to be that it doesn't. We understand the need for the project. We understand the need for expediency. We understand that you guys can do it. There is no doubt in our minds, I don't think, whether you can do this or not. What it's in our minds right now is finding out if the local guy got some part of that due process that we believe it's necessary for us to make that decision with a clear conscience, because we are elected to represent the local folks. I hope you understand that. It has no reflection on your presentation. I loved it. I thought it was great. Paul, last words.
I just wanted to clarify the process of selection was a multi-stage process, and it wasn't that they weren't considered. We got their information, their proposal, their recommendation letters. We weighed that with due diligence. I have pages of notes. So I just want to make clear, it wasn't that they weren't considered. We did see their information. We did consider it. They were not selected for the final phase because we were just trying to focus on the ones we felt were the most qualified.
Yeah, and I get that. And I think that we all understand that. And I think your choice is without a doubt to you all the best choice. But you couldn't throw in the local type situations that we sort of put ourselves in a situation that we need to. So the motion is to go back to committee to consider the proposal from the local vendor and come back to us as soon as possible, whenever you guys can meet.
You know, I would say if we can, go ahead and put it on the next schedule. There's 3 weeks.
So we will
now
continue
between
this
our next
item for.
And just put it on the next meeting for decision.
Yeah, well.
If they get a chance to talk, fine, or, you know, review, the
The
committee has a
motion
chance
is,
to review it.
the motion is to get it back to you, and the direction from the board is gonna be put it up, and we can do that.
Put it up
We
on
can
the
do it.
next
Put it up on
agenda.
our next.
Put it
board
up on the next meeting, and then that too gives us time to review
at
it a little
some.
bit.
Mhm.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor. We had plenty of discussion. Is there any more discussion before we take a vote? No? Those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye. And you also wanted to include a map. That's my
Well,
understanding.
the information, I think that this is a process that really took place behind us, you know, and when you get to make the decision, it was just put in front of us. You probably need to put more information in front of us, so when the time comes, we'll be able to talk about it intelligently and actually know what we're talking about. At this particular point, there was one recommendation, and again, the motion already carries, and so bring it back to us at the next regularly scheduled meeting for our final decision. And I want to thank you. Hello? Hello. Doc, I could, I could probably do better with your last name than I could do with
What is
but,
your- yeah.
you know, you guys, thank you very much. I know you didn't just come from, you know, just nearby. So we appreciate the time it took for you guys to get here. And thank you again for the local folks for coming in and making their points known to us. This is not going to be, you know, a $20 or a $200,000 investment. This is going to be quite a large investment. And we want the residents of Yuma County to understand we took every bit of information that we could before we made the decision. Thank you very much. All right. Well, I am going to take a 2-minute recess just to breathe. Okay, so that's what they pay you the big bucks, guys.
Hey, I'll order lunch, you know? You know?
We're gonna
Yeah,
meet-
you should order
we're still
lunch
on
this
this
way.
afternoon.
Looks like we're gonna be here for a while. I was supposed to pick up my daughter at 1.
I know, huh?
Get back to the Mayor of San Luis, Mexico, a meeting at the consulate at 1:30. So I don't know how I'm gonna do that now. It's 11:30 and I haven't even been able to
What do
get
you
there.
have to be somewhere?
I had to go pick up my daughter from high school. I we're gonna, unless you guys want to stay for lunch, I think we ought to move through this stuff. So the next item in the agenda is an easy one, which is the adoption of resolution number 2021-28, finding that the public road, Alicia Avenue from County 8th Street to the northern boundary of the Emerson Acres subdivision was laid out, constructed, and opened prior to June 13, 1990, and accept the public road for county maintenance. Unless there's a question, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a question? No? So wait, is there a motion?
Motion, second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve the item as presented. So Scott doesn't have to explain. Any more discussion on the item? I think we read the item. It's pretty, Josh.
Tony, I'll make you, Josh, you need to get a placard. My name is Josh.
Well, Scott, this is his name. Okay.
Two first names.
Hola, me llamo Josh.
Hola, me llamo Scott. All right, so Scott. All those in favor of the motion, I said it. Everybody for the motion signify by stating aye. They all said aye. I said aye in the middle of all that stuff. So thank you very much for that item. It was very easy. We go to engineering and discussion and possible action to adopt and authorize the chairman to sign resolution number 2102 granting a public service franchise to Southwest Gas Corporation to provide natural gas for domestic and commercial purposes in the unincorporated areas of Yuma County for a term of 25 years to expire November 14, 2046. Before you give your presentation, let me ask legal, have you guys worked out the details yet? No, they haven't agreed to?
No.
I would, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we shelf this and just give them a 5-year extension, because it sounds like they're far apart, the Southwest Gas and the county.
So it would be an extension under current terms?
Under current contract.
I'll second that.
Okay, for 5 years, that's a long
5
time.
years.
Okay.
It's been carried forward for longer than that.
Well,
25
I
years,
don't
yeah.
want the 5 years to go by. Maybe I won't be here, so I won't have to discuss it. But look, there has to be a way for both legal sides to work out some sort of resolution. Meanwhile, we'll give you time if that is what is needed. So there's a motion and a second to grant him a 5-year extension on their current franchise to work out whatever details. It won't be a 25-year. We just can't approve that without legal's consent. So what we'll do is continue what we got until we get some sort of, and if we get something to work out before, it would behoove them and us to get it together and move forward, okay? Okay, there's a motion and second. Any more discussion on it? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
See, this is the easiest one you had, Frank.
Absolutely. Wow.
So,
Thank you.
all right, so we move on to 5, which is facility management, an update on the development various master plans option and the consideration related to the possible remodel, expansion, reconstruction, or development of remote satellite clinic space of the health department, working in conjunction with the DLR group architects and provide direction to staff regarding the most desirable option to pursue. Go ahead. I don't want to butcher your name, so go ahead. Dave.
Chairman Reyes, thank you.
Highland.
Members of the
Maybe not
board,
even
Dave Hillen. close enough.
Highland. I told you I was going to butcher your name, so go ahead, Dave.
Dave Hillen, Director of Facilities Management, here this morning with an update on the progress of developing conceptual master plans for addressing facilities needs with the health department. And I want to point out just quickly, and I'll try to move through this expeditiously here. We are this is an ongoing process working with DLR. As you recall, the DLR and Richard Beach were here back in April for a special session and presented at that point in time what was the first phase of their assessment work for the facility. They provided an overview of the existing conditions as well as a summary of what a remodel or expansion project might look like, along with a possible new construction approach, and provided some rough costing models for each of those options. From that, the board asked us to look a little more closely at the remodel and expansion options, provide a little more detail along those lines, and that's where we are. DLR has submitted a draft report for the second phase of conceptual planning, and we've met with the health department staff and got their feedback. It's been returned back to DLR to incorporation into their final plan for the second phase. However, I think we have enough information here to where we're asking the board to look at these options and determine whether a direction can be provided to narrow down at least the number of options, or maybe specifically select one or a combination thereof. So just to recap again, the facility here on 28th Street sits on approximately 7.5 acres, situated pretty much in the middle of that site. The building itself is approximately 50,000 square feet. And you can see from this, it was obviously designed with an idea of a future expansion in this upper left corner of the building. In addition to this, of course, we have 23rd Avenue on the west side, 21st Drive on the east side. We have our emergency management staff in half of this trailer, along with the health department's emergency preparedness staff sharing that building, and then the TV housing in these 4 trailers here. There's also been a number of storage containers that have been added to the site, and then bordered on the north here by the city's retention basin, and on the south again by 28th Street. You've seen this before. This was going back some time. I asked Director Diana Gomez to highlight her areas of concern with their facility. This also serves to point out some of those larger issues, such as the fact that we have 2 points of access into the building that are difficult to monitor. This very wide corridor that loops all the way around is difficult to provide security through there. It does provide direct access to multiple areas of the building without encountering any kind of security staff. And again, you can see this area for future expansion here, as well as, well, you'll see it in the future plans. We have a large landscaped area here in the front of the building, which could be utilized in some of these options. And then as far as the those areas that were highlighted, we were able to kind of group those into 3 general categories of concern. The first 2 are directly related. As the staff has grown over the years, they're out of space. There's a limited number of offices and workstations. In some cases, several cases really, there's offices that were designed for 1 occupant that have 2 or even 3. The divisions themselves have had to move from one part of the building to another, and as they've grown, they've had to split. So maybe you have half of this division on one side of the building, another half on the other side. And the adjacencies, the divisions that they work with most frequently may or may not be located conveniently to them. Another large area of concern is the lack of meeting space. Some of those smaller meeting rooms, conference rooms have been converted into office space, which really just leaves the auditorium as the primary place for any sort of group to meet and gather. And of course, over the past 1.5 years, that's been primarily used for testing and vaccination purposes. And then again, as mentioned, the safety and security issues, difficulty monitoring the multiple access points, not having any sort of centralized lobby, and having free access for the public to areas that should be secure in the building. So that part of that first phase that DLR conducted the assessment, they produced this map of the building. You could see color coding for the different divisions that occupy space in the building. You get a little bit of an idea of that splitting up that I was talking about. For instance, in yellow here is WIC. However, they have some of their staff clear over here on this side of the building as well. Vital Records is another one that's located in multiple places. All the blue areas are connected in some way or another through the nursing division, and again, are occupying multiple spaces in the building. And then we'll talk a little bit more about the University of Arizona Cooperative Extension here, occupying this location towards the front of the building on the southwest side. This map also serves as a reminder, or as Richard mentioned when he was here before, the red lines indicate these shear walls that are very solid structures, very difficult to modify or even more difficult to relocate. So they provide some challenges when it comes to remodeling the building in such a way to overcome some of the obstacles that we have here. And you'll see that again in the options as we move forward. Again, part of the assessment that was conducted by DLR in the first phase was to identify the amount of square foot space being used by each of the divisions. Then, first off, just looking at the list, a number of groups in this building is impressive to say the least. And then looking at just a quick, this is a quick overview of required space to meet current needs. And I want to emphasize that point. It doesn't necessarily provide an increase for projected growth yet at this point in time. So you'll see, for the most part, a lot of what you see is a relatively minor increase. Let's just take Vital Record for an example, 960 square feet to estimated required at 1,000. However, Vital Records, for instance, has a very large lobby that is drastically underused. So if you look at reducing some of that wasted space by adding in needed space, The net gain might be small, but the overall increase is really important. So at the bottom, you see we're looking at roughly about 8,000 square feet or so additional needed just to meet current needs, and also highlight the biggest need here again, being that meeting and training room space, which is this 2,400 is primarily that auditorium, and it looks like we need to almost triple that.
Well, actually, you should point out that the U of A extension is reduced quite a bit in there, so.
Yeah, and that's a tough one to kind of get our heads wrapped around, because we're looking at, this is easy. We know that the space that they're leasing in the building occupies this much. Especially recently, the amount of space being used has kind of fluctuated a little bit as they've had more staff working remotely. So that's an educated guess as far as needed space. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, is it possible just to relocate them to be able to adequately move everybody else around in there?
Yes, and you'll see that some of these options we'll look at real quickly. Look at a scenario where they remain or relocated.
Thank you for that.
So yes.
We may move them.
So we looked at really as far as remodel and remodel plus expansion, 4 quick options that kind of grow from one to the next. So this is the base model, if you will. This is no expansion at all. This is purely a remodel. It does involve relocating U of A out of that space and utilizing the space behind to grow these other divisions into that space. So with each of these options, I've provided a quick list of just considerations, things to keep in mind as you look at them, and I can kind of move back and forth if you want to see the map. This option is the lowest cost option. It's purely remodel, no new construction. It does relocate the U of A to another county facility. There is no expansion. It is just realignment of the divisional space. There are those structural elements to provide, and you'll see that repeated through all the options, really, that those remodel challenges created by those shear walls. There's some improvement in the realigned division space, but it actually hurts some of the others as far as maybe moving a division further away from who they should be next to. Some of the deficiencies, such as the security issues, would continue to be here without any new construction in the front entry area. And then a challenge you'll see repeated also is this idea of what do we do with staff to get them out of the way while some sort of work is being done. So an advantage with this, with moving the University of Arizona's cooperative staff out of the space, is it frees up this area to be used as temporary office space. Let's say, for instance, we want to start remodel work back in here. We could move some of the staff into that area while that work is being done. It's a chess game. You're constantly moving groups back and forth, but it is one way to use that. We call that swing space, and again, you'll see that repeated. What do we do with staff while work is being performed in that area? Again, using some pricing guidelines that came from DLR, we approximate this level of remodel work around $175 per square feet, and we're touching approximately 3/4 of the building. So that's a rough estimate. That's going to put us at about $6.5 million for the size of the building. The next option gets into a little bit more detail. It does leave the U of A here and add some additional expansion space, again, utilizing this area that was designed to be expanded, as well as enclosing the entry, bringing all patrons in through one main entrance here, and using this landscaped area to expand these adjacent spaces. Maybe a little bit less than an ideal situation, such as trying to combine these spaces together would be challenging, to say the least. It may be a situation where you have to actually come out of the space into the hallway and then back in through here. I don't know how much would be able to really open up that current exterior wall, as an example between those spaces, but it does give us some improvements. We leave the U of A in their current location. We're using planned expansion area on the northwest corner, as well as that landscaped area to the south. We have some of those, again, structural issues to deal with. It does improve the realignment of divisional space. We start to see some improvement here. This is a point I meant to make earlier. One goal through all this is try to get more space towards the front of the building. That is where the public is most accessing. That was a really horrible way to put that. Try to keep it to where the public access spaces are more towards the front of the building and more private, secure, or staff-only space towards the back. So this starts to see a little bit of improvement in that direction here. But again, by not moving the U of A out, we've lost that swing space now. So we would have to come up with another plan where we would temporarily relocate some divisions out of the building entirely while the work is being done. And I did not include the cost of doing so in this estimate. So now we're looking at a little bit less area that's being remodeled. So a little bit less total cost here for the remodel portion of that. However, we're adding some expansion cost in there for a total of approximately 8.6 for this option.
You only had option 2 and you got like 10 minutes. It's not pressure. There's no pressure.
This one's actually very similar. Number 3, only now we are moving the U of A out. So again, you could use that space for swing space and increase the overall size of the division space. Otherwise, the concept is the same, expanding in this area here as well as the northwest corner. So you'll see very similar lists of considerations here, but we are improving some of these items, such as getting more of the public space towards the front, adding some more meeting space. This is really the first option where we're able to provide additional meeting and training room space in the building and better realignment of divisional space. So now we're remodeling with greater area again, so the remodel cost has gone up. We're doing a little bit more in that remodel area, so I increased the cost per square foot. A total of approximately 10.5 for option number 3. Option 4 now takes it a step further. We would continue to look at expanding in this northwest corner. We would not expand in this area here, leave that open, still have an enclosed central entrance area that can be secured. And then on top of that, the key here is we would add a freestanding new construction building that is connected through a common corridor here off the southwest corner of the building. And here is a slightly larger overview of what that site might look like. So I'm showing this block here is approximately 12,000 square feet. We don't probably need it to be that large, but we do have ample space to say anywhere 8,000 to 10,000 square feet of additional space out in this area. While still maintaining an abundance of parking and access. One of the goals for the department is to be able to provide some sort of direct access for people for vaccinations, for testing, whatever it may be. And we'd be able to set up the parking lot in such a way as where you can bring traffic around here, either whether it's a pull-in or a drive-up sort of scenario, and have staff come out and address them immediately here in the parking lot, or however they may want to operate that. Again, a combined entry here in this part of the building that keeps all the public space towards the front of the building and provides level security into the back portion of the building. So this one checks off most of the boxes, larger expansion area. The space requirements are met through this option, including future growth, better realignment of the divisional space to get those divisions next to each other that need to be, all the public access towards the front of the building. By building that a separate building, we're creating our own swing space here, so it would essentially be a semi-finished shell, if you will, and move a larger amount of divisional space into that building while that space is being remodeled and moving back. There'd be fewer moves this way. Through this, we're looking at a remodel again of about 7.5 expansion, a little bit smaller expansion because really primarily that northwest corner. It's a little bit less cost there, but then new construction adds about 3.6 for a total of approaching 13. Something else to keep in mind with these too is, again, all the off-site stuff is in place already, underground utilities already to the building, so that's not really a concern here. This was touched on at the previous presentation, and I'm not sure, I don't want to provide too much more information with this, but if we wanted to consider a brand new facility, we have the space around the building. However, because of the primary building being located right in the middle of the site, we're sort of limited to either being at the extreme south end or north end of the site. So in a scenario like this, we'd be right up against 28th Street if we were to put a new building in down here with all the public staff and county parking behind the building to the north. Flip it around, and it could potentially fit a new building on the north side again, but then you would have very large parking area out in front that may not, there's more parking than is required for the space, and maybe a little bit difficult to provide secure parking behind the facility. It does, again, you have an opportunity to design a new building to meet the current needs as well as plan for future growth.
This is important. I think if we would be able to keep the current facility operational full-time while a new facility was under construction. By pushing the site one way or the other, you're like I said, you have more parking than necessary. So in theory, you would have space for another additional facility somewhere down the road if needed. Some challenges, though, particularly if we were to say this option here by moving the building way to the south, you'd have to figure out a way to extend the facilities, utilities, I mean, to reach this site, and things like sewer might be a little difficult. We would undoubtedly need to make a new connection to the main over here on the west side. And again, just applying a $300 per square foot approximate cost of construction for a facility of this type, I put 60,000 plus square feet. Reality is to meet that future growth is probably approaching something like 65,000. So a range of 18 to 20 million for that new construction. So those are the remodel, expansion, new construction options. I was asked to provide a little bit of a snapshot of what a satellite office might look like. And the first thing I did was sit down with Diana and her staff again and talk a little bit about what makes the most sense from her perspective as far as operating and where the priority seems to be. And the general consensus seems to be that Somerton would be an ideal location for a first satellite health facility. And I understand there's been some discussion of possible land being made available for such a thing. So looking at this from and Diane is here if you want to ask her any questions, it sounded like maybe the backbone of such a facility might be to relocate WIC out of their current location on Main Street. They share a building with the courts at 350 Main Street. We have an agreement in place where we share some of the maintenance costs of this facility. And I think it goes out saying that the layout for the WIC facility is maybe a little bit less than ideal. I don't really know the full history of how it came to be located here, but it may very well make sense to combine them with some county health functionality into a new satellite facility in Somerton. So with that in mind, and again, it was shared with me, so I'm relaying information to you that you're probably already aware of, maybe better than I do, is that my understanding is that there's a piece of land here. This is in the area that's being developed for the new Somerton High School. We have Highway 95 across the south here, Cesar Chavez up the east side, and Jefferson Street across the north. The high school going here, the athletic fields being located here, a park being planned for the central part of the site, primarily with an irrigation pond for these fields. Some residential units being planned on this side and commercial development down here. So this is an approximately 2-acre site. And again, from my conversations with Diana, we're thinking what would make sense would be approximately a facility that can accommodate WIC at about 1,600 square feet. This is important to have some sort of large meeting space, flexible space we set up for a clinic or training or whatever. Exam rooms, workspace, some common support type space, all this totaling up to approximately 5,400 square feet, something like that building. So what I did, this is very rough, if you will, just a very generic sort of concept plan. I took the layout of that property and set a 5,400 square building with enough parking to accommodate that building. I'm certainly not saying this is what the design should look like. I'm just showing you that there's an abundance of space in and around this for potentially something more than just this one facility. And you could even, in theory, provide 2 such buildings if there was some sort of partnership or whatever it may be on a site. Same sort of idea here. We are looking at new construction. There's, at least for me, I'm not aware of what the situation is with the acquisition of that land. If it would be something the county would purchase or some other sort of agreement made there. It would be a benefit certainly to WIC to move into a new facility. It would also benefit the courts to be able to utilize that space on Main Street. It would provide some flexible use space in the building. So, just a consideration that there of course would be some operating and staffing costs associated with operating that building in Somerton. And again, just applying that same cost per square foot for new construction of that size means we're looking at about 1.6 for the building itself. That doesn't include anything related to the land, bringing in utilities to that site.
David, thank you. Thank you. You kept it within the time frame.
Mr. Chairman, I've got one question.
Yeah.
While we're under facilities management, I know that our sheriff has had some concerns. Wanted to know if we were addressing his concern in a timely fashion.
Yeah. But yes, we're doing all we can. I am unfortunately still limited on my project management staff. I have one member and I've put him full-time on those projects. We have some things, we actually just wrote a couple of contracts for back to the roofing project. We're getting that rolling again, as well as focusing in on some tasks that are needed in the.
There's always a lot to do. Thank you.
Yeah, you were not, this wasn't a presentation where we just choose one, right? This was just an update on what's going on, right?
The first part was an update. We did leave the door open there. If you see enough that you feel like there's a direction you'd like for us to focus in on, I would more than welcome.
I'm not. So, you guys ready for anything, or shall we move on? I mean, it's an update. I mean, and maybe the Somerton satellite.
I think, we're in a good situation because, the county owns that court and that where Wick is. I mean, there's something that could be done there with the city and for, I'm just saying, I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but it doesn't hurt to look into it.
You mean doing something in there or moving them out?
No,
trading?
Trading.
Trading?
I mean, we
yeah.
Just saying. So
if they want to build a new courthouse, we'd be more than glad to help them.
No, I'm saying the building for land.
That's what I'm saying.
So, I mean,
I see.
they keep the court there. I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, we get the land. Oh,
yeah.
I see what you mean. All right.
Trade.
Well, let's look at that avenue.
But I do like that option. I mean, that we do, we start looking into a satellite
and that would be the
do
East
something.
County, right?
And so.
I think if we do one in Somerton, we probably can use that as a sort of a model to actually, construct similar buildings in the eastern portion or, whatever the needs arise. I mean, the northern portion may get a little big over time. It's a concept, it's an idea. Okay. Okay, David, thank you. I think we, unless the board wants to pick a project, then I don't think that would take a little more discussion than we do.
Would you like this to bring this back at any certain time?
Yes,
or?
Bring it back in December, sometime in December. I think it gives us enough time to sort of, have a discussion, unless you guys want to have a discussion about the options right now. I mean,
I don't know if there were any options that could be eliminated, or I'd be more than welcome to narrow the field.
I know the health department would like some sort of direction, but I'm not sure I'm ready to make it today. I mean, I'd say you
look at the numbers. I mean, you're talking one of them. You're only what, 5,000 or 5 million away from a totally new building that you can set up how you want. Compared
so I
to
guess we could do this today. Are we looking at a new building or are we looking at a remodel? Maybe we can start narrowing down some of this stuff.
Mr. Chairman, I have a little bit of a concern right now with inflation. We're going into a new building over here. I'm concerned about what we're seeing on a daily basis. That's certainly going to play into these new costs. I'd kind of like to hold off and have the opportunity to visit with Diana to see. And I know that you've taken a lot of those things into consideration, but the board members having the opportunity to visit with Diana and then reconsider this in January.
I don't have a problem. That's what I was asking. If you guys need a little more time, it's fine.
I was just pointing that out. I mean, you're looking at the numbers. I mean, you're talking some big numbers just on renovations alone. So.
Well, and again, we'll have an opportunity. I think the next one would be to meet with the health department and sort of go over what they're looking at and what, I think that when we talk about inflation and we talk about those things, I'm just I just gotta tell people, your time is not on your side. I mean, you know, I used the project in San Luis as a prime example. That was a $67 million port of entry 10 years ago. It is now a $300 million project. And I could go on and on. I didn't want to use the county's example because it would get us into the same situation. But the longer we put off doing anything, whether it's remodeling or whether it's rebuilding or whether it's building a new facility or building a satellite station, it's not going to get any cheaper as we take more time to make a decision. It's just going to be a matter of making the right decision with obviously the input from the health department. Okay.
Would you like us to have, to schedule a tour with the board, with the current health department, or do you need that information?
I want a tour.
I think the board can take its own tour, but I mean, you know, I think that what we probably need more than anything else is it's sort of like a meeting with the health department. You know, the board meets with the health department and discusses, you know, how they see that. Because I think right now we're making decisions pretty much based on the options we're being given, but I mean, the health department may have an opinion of their own. Do you want to address that right now, Diana?
Yeah, so Diana Gomez, Director of Public Health. So we did meet with Dave and we had some team members come and give input on that. But again, so those were the options we were considering. The first three don't seem as optimal for us, but we'd be happy to give a tour and explain. Sometimes you have to see it to understand it, so I get that concern.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
so-
just concerns me about when you're doing remodeling, you're still not addressing the long-term need.
Well, I tell you what, my experience with remodeling hasn't been good.
Yeah.
So I'm not really the most objective one.
But that's a fairly new facility in general.
That's only 20 years old.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, we gave input. We wanted to be functional. We wanted to have potential for growth, and we obviously want to be fiscally conscientious about how we do it.
All right. Okay, Diana, thank you. And again, if any member feels the need or, you know, wants to take a tour, and, you know, I'm sure Diana can accommodate anyone that wants to see it with your own eyes.
And Gil Villegas, our CFO, had a comment he wanted to make as well.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gil Villegas, Chief Financial Officer. Just to remind you, this was something that was in our budget. The funding for this project was to be issued bonds. So just if we can time the issue of bonds, this building and the building across the street, that will be a lot of savings for the county. It would make perfect sense. So I'm planning to have the bid, everything ready by around December or January. So
all right, well,
go out for the bid. So just to keep that in mind.
Maybe I'll look at it in December then.
Yeah, we ought to look at it next month and see if we can tie it together if we come to terms with it. Okay, thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Jesus.
And
Phil, I call you Phil, man.
Hey.
Thank you, Phil.
Next meeting, please, everybody.
I don't know, man. I gotta practice. Please up name tags, will you? Where's Daniel? Oh, excuse me, David. Oh, sorry.
We need to put a screen up in the back that has everybody's names that's coming up at the top.
Oh,
so
man, it's been a tough one.
Just a comment
Hello,
before we move on.
Yeah, well,
about the, you know, let's also take in consideration, there's gonna be 2 buildings that are basically gonna be empty after we move across. So space, either, you know, I know we haven't talked about what, but there's possibilities of moving, you know, other entities or somewhere
mention
over
the
here.
U of A.
So,
Into this building.
I mean, they used to be here a long time ago, so, you know, but just to take that in consideration, because that's, you know, we're.
Options that we didn't have
that-
before.
Yeah, so.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The next item in the agenda is the Board of Equalization discussion calendar. I got to recess the Yuma County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Yuma County Board of Equalization, and then open it up to the first item, which is a petition to review real property valuation for Kesari Putra Hospitality, home to suites located at Madison, 155 North Madison. Filed with Peter McLaughlin, a property tax representative. Did we come to terms with that, or are we? I mean, normally you come in and you put up the presentation if you have to, but sometimes we just come in and by then the entities have agreed to some sort of.
How's everybody this morning?
So you haven't.
We haven't heard anything. We don't even.
Is there anyone here
petitioner even-
representing Home to Suites? Are they here?
You hear me?
Oh, somebody's on the phone.
Oh, they're on the phone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You might as well just get into the presentation.
Hi, Peter.
Hi. Is that Lisa?
Peter McLaughlin? Okay, all right, well, let's,
Okay, hi, I'm Lisa Marie Stanfield, Yuma County Assessor's Office, and just, I'm not, Peter, I'm not sure if you want to go first, or?
You can go ahead.
Okay, all right. So what we're talking about today is the Homes to Suites Hotel. It has a construction year of 2019. We have it as a 66,490 square foot franchised hotel with the possibility of extended stay. It's a 4-story hotel, has 114 rooms. It has the breakdown of 33 queen, 67 king, and 14 suites. But it looks like they're doing maybe some remodeling so they can maybe have more rooms that are available for a more extended stay for more rooms. Let's see. It shows on some of the information that we gathered shows that they have like free Wi-Fi and free parking. They're centrally located here in downtown Yuma. Let's see. We have the approaches to value that we came up with. They got noticed at 8.3 million, and it's a little over, but I'm just trying to keep it simple. In talking with the tax agent, he would like to see it more closer to 5 million, okay? So in doing that, that's gonna make it considerably lower the dollar per square foot compared to the other buildings that we have. The dollar per square foot on what he's proposing is only gonna bring the building to like $75 a square foot, where all of our other information that we gathered is actually supporting that this building, it would take about $130 a square foot. So in doing the income approach, the sales comp, and the cost, we were able to support that value. As you can see on the page 1, the income supports 8.6. Like I said before, forgive me, I'm just gonna really round it off for you. 8.6 million for the value on the income approach. The sales comps, we came up with 8.2 million. And the cost, 8.3 million. And we even did an equity study just to make sure that he was being treated fair and equitable compared to all the other hospitality type businesses in the area. And if this business had been up where the sales were, he'd be looking more at an $8.6 million building. So the land size on the subject property is actually closer to 3 acres, and the sales from the other hotels are closer to 2 acres, 2-acre parcels, okay? Those are slightly smaller hotels, and if we look at page, let's see. Okay, I'm sorry. Page 19. I have the breakdown of all the sales that were used, okay? Again, it gives the breakdown of the subject property and what the petitioner's suggested value should be. And then the other 3 comps that I used.
all right, so let's ask Peter to justify his request. Peter,
Yes, sir.
how would you justify
Yes.
the lower value?
Okay. This is the Home 2 Suites, as Lisa has told you, and it was recently built. It got its certificate of occupancy in late December of 2020 and started taking in people in late January 2021.
We all know what the effect of COVID has been, especially on the lodging industry. They were drastically affected. The assessor, I believe, is looking at value as of January 1, 21, and I do believe that you have to give some consideration to the effect of COVID on value at that point in time, especially for the lodging industry. During that period of time, lodging facilities were experiencing a roughly 30% downturn in revenue, which is drastic from what it was in 2019. And I do believe that that should be taken into consideration in the assessor's replacement cost approach to value. I did, and I have talked to Lisa about this previously. The current assessment is going to result in a tax bill of about $15,000, which is a very significant amount for a property that's just opening up. The property next door, the Hilton Garden Inn, only pays about $108,000 in taxes, and that's because it's on a GIPLET, because the land and the building are owned by the city of Yuma. This is a sister property to the Hilton Garden Inn, and having to pay double the amount of taxes becomes quite oppressive, especially in the first year of operation when you're trying to establish some relevance in the marketplace with a new product in the lodging industry. Initially, what I proposed to Ms. Steinfeld was a value of $5,010,300. I did that based on an income analysis, which I provided to her. In reviewing it further, I do think that the assessor's replacement cost value is reasonable on its face. However, I would propose that an economic obsolescence be applied to the improvement value in the amount of about 30% for a 1-year reduction to give some credence to the impact of COVID on this facility. What that would mean is that the improvement value, instead of being $7,703,217, would be reduced to $5,392,252, adding back the land value of $620,930 would indicate a property value of $6,031,182. And I think that might be something that is reasonable and palatable for the property owner to have to pay taxes on until they, about 3 years down the road, come to a stability in terms of their revenue stream for this property.
Is that it, Peter?
Yes, sir.
I as much as I sympathize with the argument, I think that doing that would open up the door to everyone basically claiming that. And it would be something that I don't know if we would stand on its own legal grounds. We have very, very limited abilities to actually change an appraisal value or valuation unless there's some sort of legal appraisal or something that you can point to that justifies this. Saying that it was impacted by COVID may not be in itself sort of a legal, something we can stand on legally. It would be very difficult to determine if a company had a PPP loan. It would be very difficult to determine some of these companies rent or lease to the military. It's just so unpredictable, so difficult to determine that it would be very difficult to make a decision based on those type of conditions. I think as much as we try to help, this may be a path that we just can't get on.
Chairman, and Peter, and members of the board, I will let you know, I did as much research as I possibly could to support whether or not COVID did have an impact on the hospitality industry here. And there was no indication, to my knowledge, that was significant enough to do an adjustment across the board for every hospitality type business in our county. We held it, we held our own. And this is the only protest that we've had this year for the hospitality industry. So that
I'm afraid that if we took it and decided on it based on that, you would have, you can't anymore, but it would be something that we'd see next year.
Well, Mr. Chairman, talking to the colonel at YPG, they're looking at their rates, government rates have gone up 300% for them to be able to come in and fill a room. They're having to go to the queue because they have no other option to put these people up that are coming in for these projects. And that's across the board as far as the cost of getting a hotel room in this town. I mean, it's crazy. So I don't see why they, you know, personally, I can't see lowering it.
Well, it's worth a try, I guess, but I mean, it just doesn't seem to be an argument we can stand on legally. I mean, it's too speculative in nature. And I know that we sort of have some leeway, but I don't know if we just have that much leeway. What is the pleasure of the board? No? They need a motion, either to approve or deny.
I'll make the motion, we deny. I'll second.
Motion and second to deny the petitioner's request for a lower valuation. Any discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Peter. It's worth a try, but it seems to be a little bit too much of a stretch.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Okay.
Two,
All right, I
Administrator.
understand. Oh, Lisa?
Yes,
Lisa?
yes,
Could I get a copy of what you submitted to the board?
absolutely. I will get that to you.
Okay, the next item.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna have to continue. Board of Equalization, item number 2, action regarding petition for review of supplemental notice of value appeal for General Motors LLC, Troy D. Kennedy, it's assessors parcel 157-00801, located at 1500 General Motors Drive, Yuma, Arizona, filed by Troy D. Kennedy, lessee General Motors LLC. You'll be is he in a conference call? Is he waiting for us? Okay, well, make the presentation and then we'll let him speak.
First of all, I want to apologize. We had an emergency for the appraiser that was going to
Present the case.
present this. So we are talking about the test facility out at YPG. It consists of quite a few buildings. Okay, it looks like the building was built in 2010. The buildings altogether, it comes out to about 142,000 square feet of building, okay? What we did was we went ahead and adjusted it from the, that was the original value that went out, which was 7.9. That's what they got noticed at. We went ahead and reworked the account. This is an IPR. They don't own the land, but they are using the buildings. I don't really know the specifics of what happens after that. But what we did was we went ahead, took the Arizona revised statutes into consideration and removed the paving and the asphalt. And I guess what we did was we reworked the bigger building, which is, it has, sorry, it has the service facility in it, a garage, or I'm sorry, an office and something else. And I apologize for that. So what we did was we reworked that account and we dropped it to, the whole thing to 6.1 million. Okay, again, they don't own the land, so we're not taxing them on the land and we're not taxing them anymore on the asphalt or the testing concrete or any of that. I think their argument is they shouldn't be paying taxes at all, but I believe it is the Arizona Revised Statute 42 dash.
It's a use tax, basically.
I'm sorry?
It's a use tax?
It's a personal property.
Personal property
Yeah, it's a personal property tax. And that,
Have they paid it in the past?
I'm sorry?
Have they paid it in the past?
No, no.
This is the first time you assess them with this? That sounds different. Okay, all right. This is Troy. Is Troy Kennedy on the phone?
Yes, you got Troy Kennedy, I'm a U.S. Property Tax Manager for General Motors. And also I've patched in while you were discussing Paul Mooney. And Paul, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, this is Paul Mooney. I'm an attorney in Mesa. I specialize in property tax matters and have for about the last 40 plus years. And I'm representing GM on this.
Okay, so what are you guys' argument? That you shouldn't be paying a property use tax at all?
Well, the fact is the leasehold improvements were constructed in this case on the Department of Defense's proving grounds, and they belong to the Department of Defense under the terms of the lease. So there's no legal basis on which the Yuma County can assess those improvements unless they are owned by GM. That's what the statute says. And up until this year, even though those improvements have been out there for many years, no attempt has ever been made by the Yuma County Assessor's Office to tax those improvements. It was our understanding that the reason they decided to try to add those to the tax roll this year was because of a change that was made several years ago to the statute that defines when leasehold improvements located on government land that would otherwise be tax exempt could be taxed. And that statute very clearly says that can be done as long as the improvements are owned by the lessee. Again, under the terms of the lease, which we've provided to the assessor and also to the county attorney, under the terms of the lease, GM is not the owner of those leasehold improvements. It's only permitted to use them during the term of its lease, and those improvements belong to the Department of Defense very clearly under the terms of the lease. So it doesn't meet the requirements of the statute, which is ARS section 42-15301, which is the statute that the assessor invoked to try to reach and tax that stuff this year. I should add that GM pays taxes in Yuma County every year on its personal property. It reports about $8 million of personal property to the assessor each year for 20, and has been paying taxes in Yuma County on that personal property for many years. But these are buildings that the assessor is now trying to put onto the tax roll and tax, even though they're located on the proving grounds, which is tax exempt as federal property. So under Article 9, Section 2 of the Arizona Constitution, it's not taxable. So it's those specific improvements that we're here talking about today, and that's why we filed the appeal, because we were unable to work that out in advance with the assessor. I don't know, Troy, have I omitted anything that you think is pertinent?
I think you've nicely recapped the situation as we understand it. So, yes, I think we're good.
So that's our argument. That's the reason why we're here, and we're just hoping that if we could resolve it here, we could avoid having to go to court and resolve it there.
Has legal had a chance to review this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we were asked by the assessor to review the lease. We did review GM's lease. There are a number of provisions in the lease that support the conclusion that GM owns these buildings, and therefore they're subject to tax under the statute.
So there's a discrepancy, a legal.
It's a legal question.
That
will ultimately be decided by tax court.
So you actually think you could get the tax roll with this, or
Yes.
you like to get the tax roll?
Yes.
Wow. Any questions from the board?
Why wasn't it being taxed before?
That's right.
Because I think there's a term that you have to wait until you tax them. Is that
Yeah, the amendment to the statute was made in 2019, and Mr. Worley started investigating it at that point, and it was then handed off to our new assessor. So there is a good faith basis under the statute for it to be assessed and taxed.
Well, what's the pleasure of the board? I mean, I understand the argument. The argument was in the past there wasn't a basically a statute that related to this. Then now there is since 2019, and you guys are exercising that portion of the statute, and the attorney for GM is saying, no, it's not ours. It's, it's part of the lease and it belongs to the Department of Defense. I get all that. It's going to be a matter of whether we as a board decide, okay, we take these arguments and don't want to take them to court, or we say, okay, well, it's going to end up in court because it's large enough.
Does GM have anything on paper that says that those properties, those buildings belong to the Department of Defense?
There are at least.
Yeah, well, I'll answer that. Yeah, we do. The lease itself, which we've provided to the assessor, says that specifically in paragraph 1 of the lease, paragraph 17 of the lease, paragraph 18 of the lease, all make it very clear that those improvements belong to the Department of Defense. They don't belong to GM. So that's our position.
And I would add, Supervisor Pancrazio, there are a significant number of provisions that indicate that GM owns these buildings. And they have rights to these buildings that only owners would have the right to exercise.
Okay, so we have basically a legal dispute brewing here. I don't know if we can just simply disregard our legal opinion here and just simply say, okay, well, we think it's in the Department of Defense. I mean, it is in the Department of Defense's land.
Ultimately, the land belongs to them. If GM vacates, then everything would
But you would
revert back to
assume,
them.
but we're looking at basically what I call a personal property use tax. Basically you're getting taxed for because you're using the facility, not necessarily because you own it.
They're being taxed because they own the property, Mr. Chairman.
The
They
property,
do own it?
the personal property.
They own these buildings. They own, the statute references commercial buildings owned on government property.
Owned on government.
Owned on government property.
I would refer it back to our county attorney.
No, it is. It is.
But it-
I think we either we sustain the appeal or we deny the appeal and let it move on to the next step,
Next
which
level.
would be legally taking it to tax court and having tax court define if this is within statute or not.
Mr. Chairman, I think it might be a good idea to do that with all the government land around here where it isn't gonna be probably the last time we run into it.
Hear this.
Doesn't YPG use that track out at
Different?
GM as well? Does that make a difference?
There are provisions that they have a right to use it has the right to use so many miles worth of use on the track, yes.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the building?
No.
Okay.
Oh, as much as I'd like to, always err on the side of helping out, especially because I was here when we brought GM. And obviously, I think that at a certain particular point in time, everybody assumes that if you build something on government property, it is government property, not yours, and you just simply use it. If it wasn't because that statute changed, and because we have so much government land here that could fall under that, I would be inclined to go ahead and assume that that is federal property. It wouldn't be taxed. But this is a different case, and I think we, as a board, I think we need to follow legal advice. And in this particular case, just concede that there is some argument to the assessors, or some basis to the assessor's argument that is based on a legal opinion and not just simply on just a statute. It's a determination, it's a legal opinion.
And get it settled.
Yeah. and
One
get
way
it
or the
settled.
other.
I hope you don't take this personally. Is there a motion?
I never take these things personally. I simply.
Well, obviously you're not here, so we.
I just am always amused that when we end up going to tax court and if we prevail in these cases, the government then ends up paying part of my legal fees, if not all of my legal fees. So, at the end of the day, I'm giving you a chance. I'm giving you a chance to avoid that.
I know.
Well,
I
there's
know. And
only-
we do like to avoid litigation. We're not, litigation happy.
I understand.
In this particular.
I understand.
We appreciate that. Also, if I may add too, I mean, I'm sure you understand, but when we were evaluating that site to construct, at the proving ground there, part of our business case did factor in the fact that would not be subject to tax, and so that was part of our conditioned determination to build there, an announcement to build there. So after many years of operating, having enjoyment and utilizing the site, consistent with the lease, and again, the benefit it also provided to the DOD and so on for some use of the property. It is kind of unfortunate because we obviously had factored that into our business case before we made our decision.
Yeah, and I know, and you should complain to the legislature.
Yeah, the state legislature.
I don't
yeah.
think we did anything to change that. As a matter of fact, I think that the inclination that the board has is to be really supportive of that,
Yeah, I
especially
agree.
because
Yeah.
we got you guys from Mesa. I mean, not maybe you, but the GM. You know, they were leaving Mesa, and we certainly lobbied to get them over here. And it feels bad, but the situation has changed, not because of our doing, but because the legislature has decided in their infinite wisdom that they know better. And unfortunately, I think you need to send whatever lobbyists you have in GM and speak to them about this. I think they put us in a situation, in an attainable situation. I personally like to think that we supported you guys coming over, and to be able to bring you over, there were some concessions made. And I think in our mind, you weren't supposed to be taxed for that.
No.
And I hope that in tax court, you find, you know, a better situation that takes into account some of these factors. Unfortunately, I don't think we just simply can't ignore the fact that the assessor just brings this up and the attorney just makes a statement saying you've got to do this, even if it means going into tax court and resolving it. At least that's what I think. What do you guys think? Make a motion and let's move it.
I think the legislature needs to change it back.
Because we need to
So
move.
moved.
The
deny.
motion is to deny the appeal. Is there a second? I know it's painful, but yeah, there you go. There's Mr. Simmons second the motion. I know, guys, I hope you guys can resolve this so that we continue to have the relationship that we have enjoyed over the years. Any more discussion?
Well, in fact, we'll be able to find out.
We'll find out soon. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. And hopefully you win.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully they win, yes, or we can get the legislation changed.
I'm not gonna say, I said you win.
And
The assessor.
Oh, I don't
will
want
you
them. I want
will you be issuing a decision on that today?
It's already decided. I mean, today, we would.
I understand, but the decision has to be mailed under the statute, so that the appellate rights run from that date. So I'm just questioning. I know in some of the rural counties where you don't do a lot of these, sometimes we know the result. We just don't have it. So is the clerk of the board going to issue a decision?
Yeah, we will. We're not that rural. We think we can handle that.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one other question about the decision.
I don't-
It was a two-part decision. One was on value, one was on taxability.
But they're both denied. Okay, so if you want to make that clear, the motion denied both, okay? I mean, I know if you want to take another motion, we can do it, but I mean, I think the motion was to deny the appeal, and I should have said the appeals, right?
We were offering to lower the value.
I know, but they wanted to take it to tax court.
They
I
didn't
think
wanna
that
do anything.
they didn't want to pay anything. And I think that that's basically what the outcome of this is. They will have to take it to court if they don't want to pay anything.
Okay. Their protest addressed both issues, though, the value of the improvements and the taxability of it, so.
In your mind, Mr. Chairman, is that important to differentiate clearly?
I don't know. I was thinking it might be, as far as any decision written to them.
Yeah, this one's going to go to court. So if you want to, we can go back and modify your motion to include both of them and take another vote. I'm sorry that they have left.
I think the motion was properly placed and the appeal was denied.
Okay.
And they can address both issues.
Right, thank you. Yeah. All right, thank you, guys. We're moving on before we get stuck on something. So the next item is planning and zoning agenda, and it's full presentation, the regular public hearings. And there's where staff will make a full presentation on each of the following items, followed by separate discussion, public hearing, and action by the Board of Supervisors. The first one is a public hearing on a major amendment, case number 2101, Arturo Garcia, agent for Vision Assets LLC, requests a major amendment to the Yuma County 2020 Comprehensive Plan to change the land use designation of a parcel totaling 13.96 gross acres in size from agricultural rural residential to agricultural rural development on Assessor's Parcel 765-22-004 located in 3453 East County 18th and a half Street in Yuma, Arizona, located in the 70 to 74 decibel noise zone. And there will be a power presentation by the planning staff, I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Javier Barraza, Senior Planner, presenting Mayor Amendment Case 21-01. The intent is to accommodate the rezoning of the parcel from rural area 10-acre minimum to rural area 5-acre minimum to ultimately split the subject parcel into two new parcels for residential use. This is the land use and vicinity map showing the subject parcel cross-hatched, parcel number 4, which is improved with a site built, accessory structures, and a swimming pool, and located on the northwest corner of the parcel, and the rest is in desert terrain. Property is accessed along County 18.5 Street on the north and along Avenue 3.5E on the east. Parcel number 1 on the north, the land use is agricultural, rural, residential, as well as everything around the subject parcel, and it's on rural area 10-acre minimum. It's in fallow. Parcels 6 and 7 to the west are also zone rural area 5-acre minimum. There's 5 acres gross in size. These were part of rezoning case 9737. Parcel number 2 on the south is a zone rural area 10-acre minimum and desert terrain. It's also the location of a well drilling business. And then we have parcels on the east, 13, 14, and 15. These are pre-ordinance parcels. Their sizes are 6.33 acres in size. Improved with dwelling. And on the northeast, we have Pioneer Rancheros Unit Number 1, a subdivision that consists of 31 lots with different zonings like rural area 5-acre minimum, suburban site build 2-acre minimum, suburban ranch 2-acre minimum, and this subdivision was recorded in 1972. This is the site plan that was provided by the applicant, depicting how they planning on splitting the parcels. This is an aerial view from 2017, showing the still kind of the same development. This is a view looking southwest from the northeast corner of the parcel. Now looking west from the southeast corner of the parcel. Staff received the following. MCS not in favor of this request. Also, staff received comments from Arizona Attorney General with no concerns since this development was away from MCIS. Arizona Game and Fish recommend following recommendations to lessen impact on flat-tailed horned lizard. Staff received 1 letter in opposition from a resident within the notification area, which you have in front of you. The Planning Commission recommends denial based on the following. The amendment is solely for the good of benefit of this particular landowner. The amendment does not address an oversight or inconsistency in the plan. The existing agricultural rural residential land use designation is appropriate for the existing condition of the property. Mr. Chairman, this concludes staff presentation. Applicant is present.
Let me just see if I can get this right. Staff recommends denial, and the planning and zoning, was this the one that was deadlocked 4-4? Or is this the one that was denied?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So when you say that the zoning commission requests denial, you mean because if it doesn't get a positive vote, it's a denial?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Vote? Okay, we just wanted to make sure. I'm going to open it to the public, and I do have two requests to speak. One is from Arturo Garcia, which is probably the applicant, and the other one is from Mary Ellen Finch or Antonio Martinez, which I'll take at the time. I'll take the Mr. Garcia first. Is he here, or the representative? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Arturo Garcia, 1843 East San Francisco Street, San Luis, Arizona. As you can see, I know that these subdivisions were approved prior to the ordinance, but there are only pretty much 2 parcels being affected by this. 61 of the parcels around it are all under the 10 acres. They're all 6.3, 2 point something, 3.3, 5 point something. I know that the code and the book says that shouldn't be allowed, and I know that the staff has to recommend that because they have a black and white decision. But I think that this is one of the scenarios where, even though it's a high noise zone, the owner has a buyer. They're aware of the high noise zone. And I don't think we're setting a precedent for any future because, you cannot go any smaller than it already is, around it. So if you have any questions.
You guys have any questions? No, Mr. Garcia, thank you. We'll continue with, if something comes up, we'll call you up. Is either Mary Ellen or Anthony Martinez? There you are. Yeah, well, everybody with the mask, we need to double down on it.
Oh, good afternoon,
Hi.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. Antonio Martinez, Marine Corps Air Station, Yuma. So as you can see, obviously the parcel is located within the 70 and 74 decibel for AUX2. So I'm here on behalf of Colonel Dudick, and we are requesting denial on this major amendment for PA case 2101. So the applicant's intent is to rezone the property and divide it into 2 residential lots. Like I said, it's located in the 70 plus, and it's actually incompatible with our regulations, which is the ACUS order. It's incompatible and prohibited by ARS 28-8421, and also it's incompatible with the comprehensive plan. So it's kind of like a very black and white that the intended use is not really the best place at this location. Once again, MCAS, the only thing we're here for, besides following regulations that are black and white, is to protect the safety and the health of the public. So we understand the location, we understand we have parcels that are zoned, but everything was zoned before the ARS was published. So we're not gonna go back through those lands that are already grandfathered and they're zoned at that location. So we respectfully request denial of this request. And if you have any questions for me, I'm here.
Just a comment. I'm surprised with the response from the Assistant Attorney General saying that it wouldn't impact MCAs, which is weird because
We are surprised as well because we actually spoke with the Attorney General like a few days before this actually went into the through the PNC, and we didn't get any favorable comments. And we were speaking general. We're not talking about this specific case.
Well, that was just a little surprising to me. Normally, they're on the other side, most of the time.
Normally, they're the ones that call us because they're the ones actually looking at all the different areas, all the different zonings, and they're like, hey, MCS Yuma, please take a look at this area.
And I do want to record a letter of opposition from Mrs. Kimberly Irwin? Yeah, Mrs. Kimberly Irwin, which she sent, or a copy of which was given to us, as we meet. Okay, Mr. Martinez, thank you very much. Any other comments from the public before I close it and bring it back to the board for their discussion? I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the board for their discussion. Is there anything that the board would like to ask or request before they make a motion? If you don't, then I need a motion for this particular item. So, is there a motion? You know what it is about, right? It's a major amendment. Yes. And what it does is it allows a certain type of zoning to happen in that, or a split basically of a parcel into 2 parcels. The Marine Corps is always complaining about, an increase in density, but this is within a certain, as you can tell from just looking at the side, next to it, there are some smaller parcels, and that's what the point that Mr. Garcia is making, is that it's like the horse has left the barn. That's the kind of identity this area has. So,
Sure.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Chair, I move to deny rezoning case number 2101.
Is there a second?
Major amendment number 2101.
And remember, this is the first part of a step. If you approve the major amendment, then it moves into a zoning matter. But before that, it can't, okay? So that basically, technically, this is the first step. Is there a second to that motion? If the motion doesn't have second, it'll die, then we need to make another
I'll
motion.
make a motion that we approve it.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So your motion is to approve that, to approve the split? Okay, or to approve the major case amendment, and then it'll, you know, the next item will be to bring in it as a zoning amendment. So anyway, any discussion? If not, although, we're gonna have to take a roll call here to figure it out, because it's a little bit dicey.
Supervisor Lyons,
Aye.
Supervisor Pancrazy,
No.
Supervisor Porches, Supervisor Simmons,
Aye.
Did I? Very painful aye,
Excuse me,
but very slow aye.
Chairman Reyes.
Aye, I think the motion's gonna carry anyway, so, motion carries. All right, so we move on to the next one, which is, major amendment, case number 2103, Kevin Dahl, agent for 11E LLC, requests a major amendment to the Yuma County 2020 Comprehensive Plan to change the land use designation of a 6.9 gross acre portion of a parcel totaling 27.39 gross acres in size from agricultural, rural, residential to regional commercial on assessor's parcel number 182-30013, located in the vicinity of the northwest corner of Highway 95 and Avenue 11E alignment. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Javier Barraza, Senior Planner, presenting major amendment case number 21-03. The intent is to accommodate the rezoning of the portion of the parcel from rural area 20-acre minimum to general commercial to accommodate for the second phase of a mini storage facility. This is the land use and vicinity map. Outlined in red is the subject parcel. I'd like to describe that the Board of Supervisors approved a minor amendment to change the land use from rural agricultural, rural residential to regional commercial in September 8, 2021. And also rezoning 21-14, the rezone from RA20 to general commercial. Now the crosshatch portion is the subject portion of to be amended at this time. The parcel is currently in agriculture, and the southern 2/3 is being cleaned to accommodate for the first phase of mini storage facility. Parcel number 8 on the north is on rural area 20-acre minimum. It's in ag. And then we have parcel number 5 on the west, also is on rural area 20-acre minimum in ag, and it contains a metal building. Parcels 15 and 14 are zoned general commercial. They're improved. Parcel 15 is improved with 2 site built dwellings and metal buildings. Parcel 24 on the east is zoned heavy industrial. This is a site plan that was provided by the applicant. The thick dashed red line is the subject area of this amendment, and the parts below with the green shading, it's already its own general commercial. This is an aerial view. The view looking southeast from the northwest corner of the parcel. Now looking east, northeast from the west side of the parcel. I received comments from ADOT that recommends contacting them. Also from the Arizona Attorney General, no concerns. We received a letter from the CAG member just providing comments. No comments received from residents within the zoning area. Arizona Game and Fish recommend following recommendations to lessen impact on burrowing owls. And also staff received this morning a letter in opposition from the Yuma Ag Coalition in opposition of this request.
Yeah.
The Planning Commission recommends approval of Mayor Amendment Case number 21-03. And that concludes staff presentation.
Okay, but let's see if I get this right. The commission said yes, And the staffs are saying yes.
Recommend no.
And what we've got here is a situation where we have the agricultural community saying if you transfer this to commercial, it will start a process of transferring land to commercial, although it's been followed for some time. In other words, it's been neglected according to a letter that I've got here. Their concern is that eventually we would lose the water rights to this property if we go this route. Is that more or less where we're at?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm gonna open it to the public. Is there anyone here representing either Kevin or someone representing the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Christopher Robbins, Dahl Robbins and Associates, 1560 South Fifth Avenue. Here along to represent the owner, Steve Haxton, who's in the audience. As was stated by Javier, this is the second portion. The first portion went through with approvals for the minor amendment. This is the last phase of the self-storage facility. We've been working with ADOT, submitted a traffic impact statement for their approval, and we've received that. They're making significant improvements to the intersection. I'm available to answer any questions.
I think we had this one before, you know, and okay, well, all right. Are there any questions from the applicant? Are there anybody in the public that would like to address the board? If not, well, if you want to, yes.
Yeah, there we are.
Mr. Chairman, member of the board, Michael Callahan, 12300 East County A Street, Gowan Milling. I can go through this whole letter. I'm pretty sure you guys received a copy of this. Our major concern is the incompatible land use designation. Yuma County current and proposed general plan intentionally designates the subject area as ag rural residential to preserve the existing regional vital agricultural industry. While this intersection serves as a significant node for transportation with the expected expansion of Fortuna Road and Highway 95, the intensity of this commercial use within the proposed regional commercial will attract future development that creates conflicts with that ag rural residential designation. When considering changes to the land use designation, future rezoning requests will look for highest and most intense use, which will then be allowed as a right. If this parcel received full C2 zoning district, all allowed uses will be permitted beyond the current proposal for minimum storage facilities. The proposed minimum storage facility is a permitted use within the local commercial C1 zoning district, which is also permitted with the less intense local commercial general planned use designation. The Yuma Ag Coalition, which is Gowan Milling and Yuko Gin, David Harden, the Yuko Gin manager here in the audience with me, believes that the more intense regional commercial land use designation and subsequent rezoning to C2 zoning district will give future developers a right to bring in hospitality and assembly uses that naturally conflict with the existing agricultural uses and our coalition's use to the north of this area. Conflicting uses permitted under C2 zoning district are based on congregated customers with the premise of long periods of time, major events, or for overnight and multiple stays. This includes hotels, motels, lodges, movie theaters, places of assembly, and outdoor sales display areas. So I'm protecting this existing industry through some common intentional land planning. The business members within the Yuma Ag Coalition have chosen parcels with natural buffering from residential uses and tourism-based businesses. Members of the coalition operate outdoor uses that bring industry and jobs to this region of Yuma County. Such uses are not always compatible with residential, hospitality, or assembly uses, which is why the coalition selected land which was naturally buffered from these uses by agricultural land. The Board of Supervisors has an opportunity to take action that ensures future development of this area acknowledges past planning by the county. The specific piece of land before the board is the northernmost portion of the applicant's site. Keeping this area designated as agricultural will continue to preserve and protect the necessary buffers from the coalition's operations,
By collaborating and making a more comprehensive decisions, this area of Yuma County can continue bringing jobs, revenue to the region while avoiding significant land use incompatibilities.
Any questions?
Yes, so if he, Mr. Chair, if he develops this little, behind 13 or 13, that portion of 13, then the rest of it could be put into a hotel or into a RV park or into something else, Javier?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Pancrazzi, yeah, the wide of allowed use, permitted uses in this general commercial is kind of covers what you mentioned, but the RV park.
It doesn't, not the RV park.
Not the RV park. However, the applicant was precise in what type of development they want to build, but no application has come through yet.
So 13 is, and then he could expand on to 14 and on and on and on, huh?
No, 14 is where it starts.
Oh, 14, 13, what's behind it, the checkered part?
Sorry?
Never mind.
See.
I'm okay.
See, the hatch part is the portion of the parcel
Okay.
to be amended with this request.
Okay, and 13 is not, okay,
No,
got it.
13's already been
13
done.
it's bigger, it's just a portion of it, yeah.
Okay, have we already? Oh.
Yes, you would.
Maggie, explain to
Anything?
me
Oh,
what
go
we've
ahead,
done
Maggie,
already,
please.
I'm sorry.
Maggie Castro, I'm the zoning director. The portion that's shaded in red was approved through a minor amendment a couple months ago. The land use designation was agriculture, rural residential, and it was changed to regional commercial.
Okay.
So the remaining portion of parcel 13, which is a crosshatch section,
right, okay.
is still designated as agricultural rural residential. The intent is to obtain a new land use designation, which is regional commercial, the same as the remainder of parcel 13, shaded in red. Parcels 14 and 15 are also designated as agricultural rural residential. However, the zoning on those parcels and the small portion
That's where the widening's gonna happen.
shaded in green is already zoned general commercial. So the intent is to change the land use designation and zoning of this cross-hatched area, which consists of approximately a little less than 7 acres.
Mr. Chairman. Maggie, why can't we just do a minor amendment for this other section to tie it in with what's there?
Yeah.
Why do we have to go through a major amendment, which is going to affect a lot of other?
Yes, there you go, thank you.
So,
Deb.
Mr. Chairman, the reason that the applicants were advised to go through a major amendment was because this came in as a piecemeal request. They originally changed the designation of a portion of the parcel to avoid,
It being a major amendment?
which avoided triggering a major amendment. Once the remainder of the acreage came in, staff advised them that it triggered a major amendment, and that is why they applied for a major amendment.
It did trigger a major amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Chair and Maggie, how does this affect everything else around it? I mean, how does it affect, if we allow this major amendment, tell me what that does?
Mr. Chairman, it may trigger future requests to change the land use designation for other areas
All the way around?
surrounding the subject property.
It may.
Whether it does or doesn't, we don't know, but it may.
Yeah, that's the problem with zoning. Yeah, and that's what happens when you ask to rezone a larger portion of the property. Now, this has to be tied in to a second portion, which is the rezoning, the actual rezoning. So there's still an opportunity for that to be limited. But then again, once if you rezone the whole section, then you deal with the fact that the zoning permits certain uses. So to get to the rezoning of any parcel, any portions of this, you would have to go through a major amendment just simply because it was triggered because of the size. So now we're stuck with, if you approve them, there's no minor amendment to approve here. There's only a major amendment to approve, but this has to be, if it's done, it has to be done with the purpose of just getting the other smaller parcel approved. The problem is, once you go through a major amendment, it's going to be really difficult to say no to a rezoning application that
Down the road.
down the road. It's not, doesn't make it impossible. It just makes it tougher.
Mr. Chairman, and keep in mind that the portion shaded in red, like I said, was already designated to regional commercial and was already zoned C2.
That's right, yeah.
They went through a joint minor amendment rezoning process.
And we, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve
Okay, well,
21-03.
there'll be a second. Nobody second?
I'll second.
We'll get to a vote. You know, I do wanna make it clear, there's no purpose to us trying to get that large of a portion to be rezoned. I'm telling you right now, if it comes up to me, that the fact that this is agriculture, the fact that it's a buffer zone, the fact that all these things are applied to it, needs to be taken into consideration. When you vote, I know, but I do want to make that point. There is a concerted effort to try to keep these agricultural areas agricultural because of more reasons than one. Not only the water issue, but the fact is that there's so many things going on around them that not taking that into consideration would remiss of our responsibility. I understand we're trying to, at the same time, it's a very difficult path to take when you're trying to, you know, help the private sector move on, and at the same time trying to protect the agricultural interests that are so important to
Mr.
you.
Chairman, when you look at some of those last pictures, there are a lot of corrals there. And I'm sure it would be much better agricultural wise to have this type of a structure versus having animals there.
Yeah, well, I know that was the last argument that Supervisor Simmons made about the way this land looked, but if you look up from the air,
Supposed to look like, huh?
Corrals are gone.
Mr. Chairman.
Corrals are all gone, everything's all gone. It's
all right,
all
okay, well,
land.
that,
Prior,
Yeah.
so it doesn't matter whether.
Mr. Chairman, any comments need to be made at the podium?
Yeah, come on up.
hey, come on, hold on.
Go up there and
There's
make your
someone
comment.
back there waiting to speak,
Yeah.
so please line up, it's fine, go ahead.
Okay.
Chairman, Steve Haxton, 7138 East 29th Street. It's nothing more than what was approved prior. There still will be a buffer zone for the property will be surrounded by masonry wall. There won't be any public being able to go from this property to any farmland around it. Everything around it is owned by the state. So future, I have no idea what's going to happen there if the state will ever sell it. There is no intent on any hospitality going in this area for the moment. It's just, well, it's storage. It's storage. Anything that's already zoned to the south of that is what it is and can be whatever. But right now it's just planned for storage.
I know, when you keep saying right now and for the moment, it's where all this heartburn gets into. Yeah, and I know, and you can't predict the future. You don't know the future. The problem is we get to deal with that right now.
I just said, I have a question. Are you saying for the moment on this particular spot or around it?
No,
'Cause it
this
makes-
particular,
it makes
this spot will be storage.
So the word moment.
On approval, this will be.
Areas around it.
The areas to the south are undetermined. It's just conceptual right now.
Problem is, it's a major amendment.
Mm-hmm. And that's your district, isn't it, Darren? Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, we got to vote for the moment. Go ahead, sure.
So,
Hi there.
my name is David Harden. I'm general manager of UCO Gin, Cotton Gin, 7474 East Highway 95. We've been there, yeah, just adjacent from them. UCO Gin's been there for over 50 years. So we know for certain that we want to be there another 50. So what it's going to do is kind of like the dairy in central Arizona. As it grows around you, they don't, force you to close. They just make it where it's impossible to run, right? And so that's kind of what's going to happen. How long has Gowan been there?
1973.
So when we went and purchased ground and built these facilities, it was to get away from people, right? We're not against growth, but we want to grow wisely. Doing this might help somebody else, but could hurt a lot more. So,
Mr. Hardin?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, you're completely buffered by state land in between those two pieces of property.
So if you look, I don't know which map you're looking at.
This is the current.
With the aerial picture.
So I don't know which one you
You have
got.
an aerial
So
picture, don't you?
the
Right
problem is just like anything is we're dealing with something already with state ground. Is when you do something like that, like you were saying before, it opens up a can of worms of what could be, right? So we're not against so much. He was saying for right now he's thinking of doing a storage facility, but it could be anything else. It's the anything else that scares us, right?
I think the key is the zoning. I think the staff already kind of led them into a major because it was necessary. But the fact is, there's still a process that people have to go through. And I know that, I know how difficult that sounds because once you open the door, it's like letting the horses out of the barn. You can't get it back in.
Right.
But in this particular process, there is a next step that has to be followed. I don't know what the outcome of the vote is going to be because I can see that the issues here are bigger than just, one storage facility. It's more like, are you going to open that door or not? And if you're going to open that door, you don't know what's going to come through it. Or you think, in the statement, like right now, not now, just makes it worse because it brings in doubt about what can happen in the future. But that's an argument that I think you made, and so did the representative, Mr. Gowan. And I guess the representative from Dahl is just stepping up. I don't know if you're going to make, remake the point, you, I don't know if it really is something we need to justify whatever arguments we have to vote in favor of.
There, I have another question. There are some other businesses along that road. It's a rock company?
Yeah.
Quarry?
DPE is there, and then there's a quarry. And then
Brick
Adair,
Yeah, CMAX.
a cement company, and Adair Park is in there, the hunting place. There's a VFW, that's right.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, kind of like the previous major amendment that went through, when this all started, it went through Planning and Zoning Commission, and the commission recommended for denial. But my understanding is that even though it's a denial, it's still pushed forward to the
recommendation.
Yeah, so, and I think the commission recommended for denial just because it went against everything that the comprehensive plan was for, the whole beautification corridor down 95. And yeah, Chairman Lyons or Supervisor Lyons, you're absolutely correct. This property is surrounded by state land. Our concern is that we've always prided ourselves on agriculture here in the Yuma area. As soon as you start taking away from that, we're going to start, what's going to happen to the west side of that canal at some point. My biggest fear is that we employ 300 employees out there. If encroachment eventually happens, whether it's on state land or whether it's on all the other private land that can go up for this type of zoning in the future, what's going to happen to those 300 employees? I would extend an offer to not only the Board of Supervisors, but staff to come out to the plant and take a look at what we do. There's 300 employees that would love to see your faces and show the pride of exactly what they do out there.
Chairman, you spoke about beautification, and yet I believe that what's happening at this particular piece of property, it's been lying fallow, the entire thing, for many years, and has been a sore sight to look at, and all I see is an improvement, and I see you far removed from this area. And I know that you understand about the corridor, but you have that buffer to state land, and the requirements to take it from state land, opening it up, are onerous at times. I don't see the validation to those concerns. I mean, I'm sure that you have them. I just don't understand it, because you're taking something that looks pretty ugly and creating something of value for that corridor. I mean, the corridor really hasn't been taken care of for many, many years. And especially when we talk about the cotton blowing everywhere. I want to protect the ag industry, but cotton blows everywhere, and you see it all over the road. Before and after those are processed, but I just don't see the negative effects of this being approved in this area, especially with the buffer. I think it enhances the area.
All right.
Chair?
Oh, go ahead.
Just kind of answer Supervisor's line question on that. What concerns me is the fact is if we approve this, it increases the value of the state trust land around it, at which point state's going to say, let's sell it, let's make a killing and sell it.
Farmers that are farming it can purchase it at that point.
And then it's opened up. So it's, like I said, it's.
You know, look, guys, it's okay. I mean, it's fine. Everybody feels strongly about it. Supervisor Pankratz, you have something to say?
No, I just said, mm-hmm.
All right. Well, the motion is there. It was motion and second to approve the item. Well, let's take a vote. Unless anybody else has anything to say, we'll do it again. We'll do it one at a time.
Supervisor Lyons,
Aye.
Supervisor Porteous,
Aye.
Supervisor Pankrazzi,
No.
Supervisor Simmons,
No.
Chairman Reyes.
No, I think it's one of those situations where, you know, I concede that we've got certain things here that are probably more important than how it looks, and this is one of them. And I'm sorry, I'm a pro-development kind of guy. I normally vote in favor of this, but if it had come to us as a minor amendment, if it had come to us just focus on that particular portion of land, it would have been an easy decision for me. But I mean, as many times as the attorneys have told me about precedent, I don't believe them most of the time, but this one of those that we may be dealing with a different story tomorrow. So it's a 3-2, it fails. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Development Services Planning Public Hearing Major Amendment number 2102. And I know Mr. Ed Dye's been waiting for a long time, and he told me twice he's hungry and he needs to eat. So we're gonna have to move on. Naja Ed Dye's agent for Rydell Holdings requests to change the land use designation of a parcel 80 acres in size from suburban density residential to urban density residential on assessor's parcel number 198-18-103-1013. Located in the southwest corner of Fortuna Road in County 12th Street, Yuma, Arizona. PowerPoint presentation by planning staff. Mr. Rubio.
This is the vicinity map that shows the property, crosshatch, parcel 198-1813. This is the proposed Los Agaves subdivision. As you can see, phases 1 through 4. You've already seen some of this in months back. Rezoning case 2120 was recently approved. Anyway, the highlighted portion is the subject property. This is the aerial imagery that shows everything around surrounding the property, which currently is just open desert.
Is that a solar panel?
Looking north at the subject property. We received correspondence, no one in opposition to this proposal. The Arizona Game and Fish requesting that proper mitigations are placed so that it lessen the impacts on the lizard habitat in the area. And we are recommending approval of this major amendment because the amendment is consistent with the existing character of the foothills planning area, because the amendment will be an overall improvement to the plan, since this will ensure development occurs in a coordinated, contiguous, and comprehensive manner, and because the amendment is in character with the existing land uses and supports policies of the plan to provide consistent land uses. And that, Mr. Chairman, is the presentation.
All right. Is there any, I'm going to open up to the public. This is a public comment area. Does anybody want to address the board on this? It was a motion approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the staff recommends approval. So I recommend if you're ahead, you don't mess it up.
No.
Well, okay, it's you risk.
I came here to say good morning. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Najih Hidayes with Hidayes Engineering, 3075 South Avenue 4E. We are all tired, and I think we all need to go have lunch. This is an easy one. If you have any questions, I'd love
Well,
to
it was
answer.
before you stood up.
Huh?
It was before you stood up. Now I'm in second thoughts.
I think staff did a hell of a good job summarizing it as short as possible, but
Right.
it's an
Any
easy
questions
one.
for Mr. Edai? If not, then thank you very much. I'll close the public hearing section and return it back to the board for their decision. So, is there a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's been a motion and second to approve the item as presented. Any more discussion on the item? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Edais. And we'll move on to, I think it's the almost last discussion regarding legislative issues.
Mr. Chairman, there's also an addendum.
Oh,
for you to-
God, where is it?
We're not done yet.
Addendum number 1.
Which one is it? Oh, here.
I got
The cutout, the handout? I think this is a major amendment.
Oh.
No. No, this is a letter of opposition. Oh, thank you.
Right here.
Oh, facilities management. Yeah, okay, well, okay, I'll take the.
Leave it to Dave.
I'll take Dave Highland.
Addendum.
The agenda, regular addendum, it was posted in time, I suppose, so we'll take it. Facility management award the second phase of tenant improvements at 2550 South Fourth Avenue for temporary office space for the assessor's office
that.
during construction of the new administration building to GCI Construction and Inspections LLC in the amount of $137,000 and authorize the facilities management director to sign contract issue notice to proceed to GCI Construction and Inspections LLC. Has everything been done according to RFPs and everything has been, it's legal, it said, okay, it's fine? So everything is ready to go? It's,
Chairman, I'll
this is
make
the
a motion
company.
to approve.
Is there a second? See, been motion and second to approve the item as presented, the addendum. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, Dave. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we move on to discussion regarding legislative issues. Okay, so
Time's up.
you have 2 minutes. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Go ahead.
I'll start off with the draft Arizona congressional legislative maps. The Independent Redistricting Commission officially adopted the draft statewide congressional and legislative maps on October the 28th and are currently open for feedback. The IRC is hosting a series of virtual town halls and public hearings across the state starting on November the 6th through December the 4th. This is including the one held on November the 10th at the Yuma City Hall, where more than 2,000 Yuma County residents voiced their disapproval to the Arizona Independent Redistricting Committee about the recently adopted draft maps of the state's 9 congressional and 30 legislative districts. After the public comment period ends, the 5 commissioners will take several more weeks to adjust draft maps, incorporating what they've learned about what the public and partisan activists want. The commission's goal is to have the final maps for the state by December the 22nd. The Secretary of State had asked for a January 2nd deadline to ensure enough time to prepare for the 2022 elections.
Let me ask a question, back it up a little bit. On the legislative districts, the congressional district, is that basically, wasn't what Yuma was asking, kind of a river district? And then, because I remember everybody showing up wanting a river district. And that looks to me like a river district that doesn't include the southern portion of Yuma County, but it does look like a river district to me.
What people expressed concern with was the fact that we were sharing,
I know.
with Tucson and part of Pima.
We were anyway,
and
before.
Maricopa.
I think that what happened was that they didn't actually include the bases and all those areas that they think is common with Yuma, like, with eastern or northern Yuma.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I looked at that map and I thought, well, people who came up to ask for it got what they wanted, but it turns out it didn't.
So President Biden appointed Representative Charlene Fernandez as the Arizona State Director for Rural Development at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. She has informed Arizona House Speaker Russell Bowers that she will be resigning as State Representative for Legislative District 4, effective today, November the 15th.
Before you leave that, let me tell you that, I mean, within that context of the discussion, that the process is pretty fast. It's pretty quick. The Democratic Party has called for a special meeting the 18th, which is 3 days from now. And I intend to call for a special meeting for us to make the appointment on the Monday next week after that. Like Monday the 22nd, I think. So that the process, we do need to appoint someone that is ready to go before the January 1st, I think, opening of the legislature. So that's what it looks like right now. Special meeting this Thursday and a special meeting for us on Monday at 9 a.m. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. State, on November the 2nd, 2021, the Arizona Supreme Court ordered unanimously to uphold the Maricopa County Superior Court judgment on Arizona school boards versus State of Arizona. The ruling in late September found that the state's construction of certain budget reconciliation bills violate single subject and title requirements in Arizona Constitution. The Constitution requires that bills be focused on a single subject and that the short title describe the provisions within the bill.
Pretty much blew up the session's most important things for the legislators at the time.
Yes. So most of them will now go to the ballot on November of next year. The federal update on November the 8th, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was sent to President Biden, who will host a bipartisan bill signing ceremony later today. The president will be joined by members of Congress who helped write the bill and by a diverse group of leaders who fought for its passage across the country, ranging from governors and mayors of both parties to labor unions and business leaders. The act includes $973 billion in total investments in infrastructure from fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2026. Out of those, $550 billion in new infrastructure investments will include transportation, water, broadband, energy and power, environmental remediation, and actually $8.3 billion for Western water.
Significant in that is, I like to mention, is the $147 million set aside for the new port of entry in San Luis, plus the $100 million that the state was supposed to get today.
There it is,
Oh,
right
you're moving
there.
on that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
He's on it, man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and before I move on to that, next week, U.S. Senator Kelly's office will be joining, actually this week, I'm sorry, the CSA's Medium County Caucus on Thursday, November the 18th at 9 a.m. for an overview of the infrastructure package. The $1.75 trillion Build Back Better bill is expected to be voted by the House before the Thanksgiving recess. Senate leadership is hoping to be able to vote on it before the end of the year.
Good luck.
And now moving on into international, as the chairman mentioned, I'm happy to report that the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act includes $147 million to pay for the full build-out of the San Luis One Port of Entry modernization project. Combined with the $152.4 million that were designated for the project in fiscal year 2020, it brings the total investment to $299 million, an investment that will be a tremendous catalyst for the greater Yuma region. The project is expected to break ground in 2022. And just as an interesting fact that I would like to share, in 2020, more than 5.3 million people crossed through the San Luis One Port of Entry. And with the recent modification of the cross-border travel restrictions, it is anticipated that San Luis One will quickly return to the pre-pandemic volumes exceeding 10 million people. And that is my report today to the board on legislative items. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. I do want to remind myself, we have a meeting at 2 p.m.
We sure do. Sure.
And I need to apologize for not being able to listen to you for the town hall.
I did so.
Did you?
It was good, yeah.
Oh, good. Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
I'm glad one of us.
I can get you the recording for sure.
Oh, yeah,
Good.
that's good. You know, so you need to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to see it. Yes.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
There were a
sir.
number of provisions, and I had a constituent just text me asking these questions. This bill eliminates the requirements to have a valid social security number to receive the child credit. And that there are provisions for people who are illegal to receive $14,000 annually from the government, and that there's provisions on removing caps for chain migration. Can you talk to any of those?
Is that in the Build Back Better?
Yes.
It is in the infrastructure.
Supposedly
bill.
it's in the infrastructure bill.
Is it in the infrastructure? bill?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lyons, I will have to get back to you on that one.
If you could get back to me on that, that'd be great.
Oh, that's,
Sort of a little extended. That may, I consider that kind of what may be in the Build Back Better, but I mean, in the infrastructure bill was pretty much left to just mostly infrastructure, not human infrastructure. Yeah, well, we'll find out.
yeah, I'd like that information as well, because that's not,
Doesn't sound like it's
That
something
ha-
that
I
would
have
be there,
problems
but
with
hey,
that as well.
I've been surprised before.
And the
So-
House is going to vote on the Build Back Better this week and the
Oh,
Senate later on.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you, Alejandro. And we'll move on to events, calendars, and current events. Is there anything that any of the board, you've got a report, so.
yeah. Huh. Hold on, I wrote it down. I gotta find, there it is. I attended the ACO informational meeting put on by Jen on what they've done for us. I met with La Paz County Supervisor Holly Irwin on some issues. I attended Good Morning Yuma, which was out at AWC, and again, AWC is doing all these wonderful things with their federal funds to allow students to make up classes, go to school for free. They're using their federal funds for the students, and I totally approve that. So, and then I went to YPG's Project Convergence. Oh my goodness. That was absolutely amazing. It's all of the equipment that's being tested for use with our military, and there are some major changes and upgrades and a lot of electronics. It was very eye-opening. I went to the Somerton High School groundbreaking. Yay, Somerton finally got their school, and the bond is finally being used after 6 years. And I want to thank our legislators, our state legislators who got the additional funding put in the budget, the state budget, so that that high school could be built. And they held their vote for it to be in there. I attended the Arizona Association of Women in Water. It's called AWA. You know, like
water.
Water in Spanish, yes. Water and agriculture, and it's been one of the organizers for that group is Megan Scott from Noble Law Firm, and it was very good. And
Sounds
then
like me, I'm trying to say hello.
I know.
Agua.
Aloe vera. Okay, a Veterans Day parade. I attended, and I was so pleased to see so many people on the sidelines. So many families came out, lots of kids. It was, I think it's the best that we've had it, well, in a very long time, but I loved it. It was nice to see all the people on the sidelines. And then I attended the American Red Cross grand opening, and American Red Cross is 140 years old. And thank you, Batman, because that's his last name, Tom Batman, for his work for Yuma County and other areas for the American Red Cross.
You forgot one thing that I was going to mention. You were in the parade.
I did. Veterans Day parade.
Veterans Day parade. Oh yeah.
I did. I rode on the boat. It was fun.
Supervisor Lyons.
With the exception of 3 of those things,
You
did all
did
the
it.
rest of them. And met with Matt Gress from the governor's office. He formulates his budget.
Thank you.
All right, the Supervisor Simmons.
I met with Sarah Wisdom at the library, reference to some things they're working on, if you want to get my input on. Attended the ACO meeting, attended the Welton Mohawk Irrigation District Board meeting, also toured with the project Convergence out at YPG, which was very interesting. Several meetings with some constituents in the foothills, referenced various issues. Met with Shannon Gunderman, referenced mental health. And instead of the Yuma parade, I went to the Welton parade, since that's one in my district. And that's it.
Supervisor Porteous, summer's been busy.
I attended the groundbreaking ceremony for the Somerton High School. Attended the ACO conference and also the ACO information by Jen Morrison. So
Did you help with the corn festival?
I did.
Good for you.
And I ate a lot of corn too.
That's something I did not want to know.
Corn tortillas.
No.
Tacos.
I've been to the sewer plant system and looked at what corn does to it. So let's just quit there. So anyway, let's move on. I also attended the ACO meeting, the presentation, at least not all of it, but some of it. And I also had a special meeting, Buna George and Matias Rosales with the chairwoman and the tribal council of the Cocopas. That was a very interesting meeting. I also, I was also on the parade and did everything but, whatever he didn't do because, we sort of didn't cross paths. So, all right. So that was my report.
In the interest of time, I'll pass. and
Oh,
tell
you
next time.
passed. Oh, well. Okay, so in the interest of time, and she passed, we're going to consider this meeting. And remember, I do want